Welcome to Berlin. Welcome to Berlin again. Well, after the 3-day FIDE World Chess Grand Prix Series returns with round 5 today, the round 5 of qualification stage. Yeah, it says round 6. Yeah, well, it's interesting though. Jesse, hi. Jesse?
Hi, how are you?
Well, you know, almost had no 3-day. Yesterday was a masterclass for FIDE Online Arena, which is one of the partners, right? So I had a masterclass with Boris Gelfand. But,
Okay.
well, I'm fine, of course. Yeah, hopefully players are well rested. And yeah, I just wanted to stress a bit on this round 5, round 6 thing, because even though it says round 5, technically they're playing round 6 to avoid the situation that someone will play like too many games with the same color in a row. I believe round 5 and 6 were shifted.
Okay. Yeah, no, definitely I see that. Okay, it is definitely round 5. And I'm really excited. Do you have any prediction for today's games?
No particular predictions, but I'm really curious to see how it plays out, because, well, everything has changed dramatically before the 3-day, right? So we have 2 pools, Pool C and Pool D, which are practically kind of offset all the previous results. So there are 2 games left, and you know, 2 games left, and everyone's even. And then we have what? We have Lenier and Mamedjarov not only sharing the first place in Pool B, but also playing each other.
Yeah.
And
so
we
this is a big
have
one
what might
today.
seem an unexpected leader. Yeah, and an unexpected leader in Pool A, perhaps. Well, you know, if you look at the ratings, apparently he's the lowest rated in Pool A, and yet he's the sole leader. So once again, a very interesting, those last 2 rounds gonna be.
Yeah, definitely. And now we need to note that once again, rating means nothing when it comes to tournaments like this. I mean, anything can happen. We've seen crazy results. I mean, decisive evaluations. I mean, after the opening already. So, yeah. I think there's a lag with my voice. I'm not sure.
Absolutely. I figured this out. I don't know if it's on your end, on my end, or we can't really do anything with it. Yeah, the games started. Nakamura has the white pieces against Oparin, so once again, a very tricky situation, right? So Yesipenko is the one who's in last place in this pool. Naka and Aronian both having the white pieces. So imagine Naka wins and Aronian wins, and they are tied for the first going to the last round. So, I mean, it's a very... I cannot stress enough how important those last results going to be, those last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I think we're also joined by, is it GM Vidit Gujarati tomorrow for the beginning of the round. I think we'll definitely be blessed. And if those in chat have any questions, you're welcome to ask on Twitter or here in chat as well. So don't forget about that.
Yeah. Okay, so we had a few opening moves in this game. Yeah, and Aron Yesipenko starting as well. So Naka and Oparin, okay, for the time being, I don't think it makes any sense to look at the, you know, on the analysis board, because not much is happening. But yeah, it's Nimzo Indian defense. Nakamura went for the queen c2 line. Okay, we have a wrong position then. If you want to look at this, it's a wrong position, because that's the game I have on my screen is Aronian versus Yesipenko, which followed two first moves of Nakamura Oparin, but then, yeah, Aronian, he's more of a knight of three knight of three player. So if we are back to Naka and Oparin, right? I'll see.
Alrighty. So we have the queen c2. So what would you, this is a regular Nimzo Indian, right?
Yeah, queen c2 is, well, it used to be more popular. Nowadays, there are still players playing it, but it is at least considered that antidote is found after queen c2. It's, well, known to be castles and then d5. Oparin plays fourth d5, so move 4 d5. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that for some reason it happens to be less popular than a castle. And there are quite interesting possibilities after d5 if white allows it. I mean, you can go c takes d5 and then it's, I don't know, more or less transposition to a castle. Or you can go a3, and a3, bishop c3, queen c3 allows black some extra options apart from castling short.
Mm-hmm.
Ты просто уйди на ролик.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Great. Will you count? And we are back with the commentary. Unfortunately, we lost Miro in the process. Alrighty, I just heard my voice twice. I needed to make sure that I wasn't hearing an echo. And yeah, Miro is busy rebooting his internet, so we'll definitely get him back really, really soon. And the games have begun. I believe it's been going on for about 10 to 15 minutes now. And let's take a look at the first game that we were taking a quick see between Nakamura and Opren. And we have Opren on screen now, Naka taking a bit of a stroll, as he usually does, and his cup of tea right next to him. Shall we take a look at the game? Okay, so from the camera, we can see the queen had just returned back to c2, and we had a Nimzo. Yes, I am back. Don't worry, everyone. Miro will join us really soon. And okay, so the last two moves made by black were bishop a6 and white queen to c2. I really like these close-ups, and as you can see, very nice promo by chessarena.com, side of the board. And I hope everyone in chat is doing well today. We are hoping from the oh right, so it is from Miro's side that we usually see the board on ChessBase. So I guess this is just me stuck talking to you guys. I don't mind this at all. I wonder if we can take a look at the other players' cameras at least. I know that's something we can go and see. So in the same pool, Pool A, we have Aronian versus Yesipenko, and Aronian's on 2 points at the moment, and Yesipenko on 1.5. And what happened in their first game? Let's take a look what happened in the first game. So they did draw, and now they are paired against each other again. But it looks like round 5 and 6 was sort of swapped around because they played in round 3 and now again in round 5. So he's thinking long and hard. Let's see which opening this actually originated from. So those of you can see the chessboard on the camera there. They had a Queen's Gambit declined, exchanged, and very similar to what we saw in the first board of Pool A. Naka has played against Ding previously, but Deng is not playing in the Grand Prix, unfortunately. I think during the first Grand Prix in Berlin, he had some problems with his visa, and I think FIDE tried their best to have him play. But other than that, time to initiate Plan B, doing solo for 5 hours. Imagine just listening to my voice for 5 hours. That's definitely a plan. And hi to everyone and all familiar names in chat. I'm very, very happy to see all those who are returning. So in Pool B, we have Dominguez today versus Mamedyarov, and as well as Dubov versus Kamer. The two, I would consider them both really young. They're in their 20s and they are paired against each other. But we can check out Dominguez versus Mamedyarov. And I'm also going to go back in their game, make sure that we're all prepared for when Miro gets back, so we have more. I have more sort of insightful things to say about the games being played. And what we can see is a Berlin, I believe. Is it a Berlin? We have a Rilo pairs. Although I'm not as versed as I should be in openings like the Rilo pairs, I would definitely love to learn more about it. And here, Yesipenko, I don't think we have the live board on my side. Or perhaps it wasn't. Ah, yes, we're taking a look at Dominguez. Can we have Dominguez on screen, perhaps, please? Dominguez Perez. Right. Mamedyarov playing castles caught him in the middle. And I always admire how the players actually move the pieces. I feel like that says a lot about their character. You can often tell, and that's by watching movies and seeing chess players at tournaments as well, you can often tell if someone's a chess player or whether they're just, faking it. And I think from series, I don't know if you guys watched Queen's Gambit and the likes, you can definitely tell the difference. Everyone has their own style of like moving the pieces and sitting at the board, and you just know. But like we said, this was a Vachier-Lagrave, and Domingos was actually giving his bishop up on b3, which I don't often see in the Vachier-Lagrave here. The knight is on a5, if you can see the edge of the board, and the bishop's on b3. So he could have taken, but Mamedyarov decided against it by castling. Operin deviated. Anyway, oh, you're referring to the game that was played as sort of a copy of what they had played previously. And that's something we saw in round 4, actually. Aronian played with the black pieces against, was it the black pieces against Domingos? Not Domingos, against Yasipenko. And Nakamura repeated the position, or repeated the opening, and then decided to play a different move. I think it was a4 instead of knight e4. And Vachier-Lagrave, am I pronouncing it incorrectly? This is like ASMR chess. Indeed. Yes, so he deviated and won the game. But now Nakamura and Aronian, instead of having 2 draws, they have 1-1 and 1 loss. And so they are equal at the moment. Once again, we're taking a look at Domingos, and Domingos is thinking here with an hour 29 on his clock, and Mamedyarov with an hour 22 minutes on his clock after move 11. So that's the first board in Pool B. The next board is Dubov versus Vincent. Oh, it's all empty next to me, and we're really missing Miro here. Hopefully he will return soon. Is Miro okay? I believe he is okay. He's just rebooting his internet to make sure that he has the best connection, so when he returns there won't be any lag. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that will get him back soon. Okay, so the game I'm taking a look at now on my screen is that between Daniel Dubov and Vincent Keimer. And we have another Vachier-Lagrave. So far we have 3 out of 3. Oh no, it wasn't. It was 2 out of 2 Vachier-Lagrave. So 2 Queen's Gambit, 2 Vachier-Lagrave. I feel like we're following a theme here within every group. What is my FIDE rating? So my title is Women International Master, but funny enough, my FIDE rating is only 1800. And I'm actually reaching a little bit higher, working on my chess, trying to get a better rating now, aiming towards 2100. Since I won the African Championship and became Women Grandmaster elect with a direct title, having to reach 2100. So that is the goal. We'll definitely want to play some more tournaments. Commentary is great. Commentary is a lot of fun. But competing is even more fun. I think the thing that makes you miss chess the most, or over the board chess, is watching tournaments like this where, you can see the players sitting there thinking, and you're often thinking, okay, yes, they're under a lot of pressure. Oh, there's so much stress, but you miss it. You miss playing chess. And I'm sure all of us can relate watching these games and probably seeing photos of others playing tournaments too. I am playing OTB a lot, yes. Okay, so once again, I was just taking a look at the game between Dubov and Keimer. The one thinking a lot here is actually Vincent. Vincent has an hour 14 minutes on the clock versus Daniel Dubov's hour 33 minutes. And he's not even in his chair. All right, I like that. I like that comment in chat. Seems Dubov is following a very old Topalov Anand game. Although I wish I had a database of games up next to me as well, so that every time a move is made, it can tell me how many games are played in this position. I think that this database actually exists, maybe with ChessBase. And there's even an online, like, free version you can use to sort of decipher this as well. But I love this sort of statistics, being told, okay, there are 50 games in this position, and the most prominent game, or the most likely to be considered popular, is this one between these two people. Who inspires you the most to play chess? Miro, of course. That's why we're sort of so sad now that he's absent. Actually, Judith Polgar has been, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Judith Polgar, and I've been following her progress when she was still playing competitively, of course, and I have one of her books. I'm hoping to get the other books in her series as well, and it's How I Beat Bobby Fischer's Record, or something along those lines. It's still in tip-top condition. So when I buy a chess book, I try to make sure that I don't bend the pages or bend the spine at all too much. So I'm always very, very careful with how I treat my books. But yes, Judith Polgar, and I was privileged enough to do some work with her before as well. Are we joined by Miro? Is that Miro? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just a photo. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I was wondering why he wasn't blinking, honestly. But we do see him on screen, which means that his internet is back, and hopefully we'll be joined by him soon. But if you have any more questions I can answer when it's just me on the screen, then sure, I'm happy to. Only Chess has this feature as well. That's amazing. Very nice to see. The goal is taking over the world. Imagine taking over the world. Imagine. Yeah, I think plenty of chess players have considered themselves to have taken over the world already. Yes. No, I didn't miss the beginning. So we don't have anything like daylight savings in Africa, I think. I mean, I can speak for South Africa, but Africa possibly as well, like Europe and the US. And now we're sort of moved an hour before, but our clocks haven't changed. It's 3 p.m. for me. Yeah. Why so serious, Miro? I think that's actually, I'm trying to decipher. Maybe it's one of those commentary booths. Hi, Miro. How's the new computer performing? How do you know about that? My goodness. Love the format of commentary. What is COB, if I may ask? Yes, I'm reading chat, so don't forget to ask questions later. The last move that was played by Duvov was Queen f3, so he's still in theory. And Kamer's been thinking for a while, so perhaps he didn't expect this. He didn't expect it. I'm wondering what his move will be here. Perhaps bishop e7? Although we cannot see the board as of yet, I think.
Hello. Daylight savings, you say?
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we missed you so much, Miro. We were talking about how we were going to celebrate the day you came back.
I thought celebrate the day without me, but yeah, the day I came back, yeah, and especially those witty comments like the commentary format when Miro's not there, that was nice, yeah.
No, I was reading. No, I was reading chat. It wasn't me. No, we missed you so much. That's the truth.
Okay, so
we're singing in your praises.
What we're up
we
for?
were just taking a look. We were taking a look at the cameras of the players, and then we didn't have the boards for some while, so I was talking nonsense for a little bit. But trying to entertain chat, do some chess ASMR. That's usually what we're here for.
Okay. Well. I don't know. have you said something about this game? I mean, I have no clue whatsoever what's going on here.
We can take a look at it. I'm happy to. I didn't go in depth in any of the games at all.
Yeah, so we have Dubov and Keima playing. So here, that's the group where everything is sort of messed up quite a bit, right? I mean, it's Dominguez and Mamedyarov leading and playing each other, and then Dubov is in like -2, practically no chance, and Keima back to 50% after losing to Mamedyarov. Okay. So I mean, if Dubov wins, it doesn't change much. If Keima wins, however, we might see a 3-way tie going to the last round. Like imagine Dubov loses to Keima and then Dominguez Mamedyarov make a draw, and then it's all messed up. I think the tie break after the group stage is practically unavoidable, honestly. I mean, with also having the pool C, pool D, everyone having the same points. Okay, so here what happened was B5, D5. What's that line, by the way? Bishop C5, C3, B5, and Bishop C2. Somehow I'm confused. Is it that they play Bishop B3 after B5? I think that's the point, right? So Bishop C2 is sort of a bit of a new move, perhaps. D4, D4, and then. Okay, who cares? Yeah, after D4, who cares if the knight is hanging on F3? Knight D2, captures and queen takes. Both bishop and knight are hanging, so it's not a real piece sacrifice. Bishop E7, check on C6, bishop D7, queen back to F3. So in fact, we are getting some middle game position quite soon.
The thing I'm surprised about the most, I'm really happy that the lag is gone, and honestly, there are times where our voices like overlap, so I'm happy about this, is the time situation. So Daniel Dubov has 1 hour 34 minutes on the clock, and Vincent has 1 hour 8 minutes.
The time situation is understandable considering that perhaps Dubov played a new move, right? And they vented, so Keima upon some thinking, entered a very sharp variation. I mean, I don't know if he could have done something else, but say instead of his 7th D5, he could have gone like D6 and play what would supposed to be normal for this system, for this setup with black. I mean, I don't know how good would it be, and perhaps Bishop C2 makes a lot of difference. But anyway, his approach of going D5 early obviously is very sharp. Knight D2, Queen F3, and it wouldn't be Dubov. It wouldn't be Dubov if he would just recapture on D4. That's what I wanted to say. That I mean, knowing it's Dubov, knowing that the line was prepared at home, it's probably the pawn sacrifice. So he goes Knight E4. He doesn't really care about black capturing on C3. Perhaps in this particular instance, it's a little bit too ambitious, because white takes on F6 with a check and then rook E1 check. I think this is what is disturbing for black, because you kind of don't have convenient way. I mean, you do have the way not to play King F8 immediately. You could try Bishop E6, but then after this check,
you have to move it anyway.
Can't block with the queen, so King F8 is happening in the game. I mean, I'm not sure though if it's objectively that great, right? Because, for instance, in this case, you probably end up capturing the pawn, and then Queen D5, and this might be critical. Not really. Queen C7, and then you always say it like you basically play a sharp middle game rook down, right? The rook on H8 is not entering anytime soon. So that would be That would be very dangerous for black. But after knight e4, what I was kind of not sure about, if black castles, can you really do something smarter than capturing on d4? It's not knight takes f6, I believe. It's not knight takes f6 because, I mean, you could take on f6 and even take on d4, and you're claiming the pawn is back because bishop d4, queen e4, double attack, right, on h7 checkmate, and the bishop on d4. So this way you win, but black won't take on d4. I think black's position is kind of solid enough not to care about winning a pawn. Just play something, play g6 maybe.
Alrighty.
Or bishop e6, as the computer suggests. So I'm really curious to see, after castle short, if Dubov has something up his sleeve, like going knight g5 and staying there or whatever.
Yeah, I was wondering now if Vincent will in fact take on c3 or castle.
Yeah, like taking on c3, I'm afraid is too dangerous, but he'll castle, and then will he get this opportunity again of capturing on c3? Will Dubov play some move? I don't know, a move basically. Yeah. Bishop f4 might be, you know, or rook d1, something. Anyway, that's an interesting game. Early opening surprise from Dubov, and also what I especially like is the center's open, right? So there will be things happening immediately and not after 30 moves of maneuvering, as most Joko pianos turn to have. Like we had quite a few of those bishop c4 d3 c3 systems, right? And basically, if you are looking for kind of action-packed chess game, you skip 25 moves because it's all maneuvering.
Yeah.
So this one seems to be a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more direct. So what do we do? Shall we check the other game in the same pool, a game between two leaders?
Let's do that. Yes. Dominguez
and Mamedyarov, right. Yeah, Jesse, by the way, just tell me if the lag is still there, or it's better. It's much better, right?
Yeah, it is a lot better, thank you.
Okay, so what's here is, I want to say the line Mamedyarov tends to play quite a bit, so-called open Spanish, open Ruy Lopez. Knight takes e4. And then you almost automatically get this position, and then that's the first point where you can choose. You can go queen e2 as Vityugov did. You can do what? Knight d2. Well, you could do stuff. c3 is the move. Bishop e3, c3. That's also kind of well known. Knight d4 castles. Knight d2. Knight takes d2. Okay. So I wonder what the big plan is. Queen takes d2. I believe black... well, it might be tricky. I thought black has to play c5.
I was actually quite curious to know why White had so willingly given up the light squared bishop, because I think it was moves ago that he had this chance to play bishop to c2.
He could after knight a5. Yeah, bishop c2 wouldn't be silly. So I'm a little bit surprised myself, because even after queen takes d2, black has an option of knight takes b3, right? It might be less clear because, you know, a b3, and now the threat is to go kind of a threat, positional threat, to go b4, yeah, to kind of solidify the knight on d4. And if you happen to play c5, then it kind of gets very direct. Knight c6 takes on e7, and who knows? I mean, maybe this position is good for white. If you have everything analyzed, once again, I mean, it doesn't look like it is, but who knows? Maybe a 4 or 5 happens, maybe bishop g5 you start with. This I can potentially believe to be better for white. But there is a very important alternative, which is c5 to start with, and now there is no knight c6, the knight is still there. Going back to like f3 or e2 doesn't appeal to me at all, so I'm guessing it's got to be knight e6. And then, who knows? I mean, it could be... No, it cannot be knight b3. I was thinking, is knight b3 a move? Knight d2, you know. Bishop d2, rook d8, black would have been happy, but white has knight c6 intermediate attacking the bishop. After knight f5, he first takes the bishop with a check, then the knight. Yeah, so this is not possible. Knight e6, black will have to capture, but still, I'm not convinced it's so bad for black, because one of the bishops is going to be gone, right? Yeah. Is it a b3 bishop, or you play bishop c2 and then knight c4 happens? And it might be, yeah, well, actually, this is just good for black, it seems. I mean, at first I was thinking queen d3, attack h7, but black plays g6. And then too much stuff hanging. It's e5 pawn, b2 pawn. So apparently, if this happens on the board, then white is not playing bishop c2, but just plays this position. But once again, it looks very good for black. So you're absolutely right to be surprised by what Dominguez is doing. It is surprising. Queen takes d2 is on the board. Yes, Mamdyarov is thinking. c5 seems to be a very, very tempting option. I don't know.
Indeed. But the moment we see a blunder in this round, if there are any, I'm going to be putting on my Naruto headset, or like the whole, you know, it's time to die vibes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but that's mostly for C pool and D pool, right? Because any result is like any single game that ends not with a draw immediately determines the leader and obviously the huge favorite to win the group with only 2 rounds to go. Yeah, everything is mixed up in those C and D pools.
Indeed. So let's hope that we see some action satisfaction.
Yeah.
Right there.
In pool C, Pratke has white against Sam Shankland. And MVL has white against Wesley So. Sam, it has to be said, so far, well, he didn't qualify in Belgrade, but he had pretty good tournament, right? And in fact, he was a bit unlucky, one might argue, because I mean, he finished on +1 undefeated, and Andreikin, who happened to win the group at the end, he had a roller coaster game in the last round. So if he wouldn't win this, and at some point his position was lost, right? If he wouldn't win this, Sam would have at least have a chance to tie break for the qualification. And this tournament, again, okay, he didn't win the game, but he's very solid, right? He didn't lose the game either. So I wonder what happens today in Shankland's game. And also, like, checking the openings, he's very well prepared. Usually he's done a lot of work, it seems, going to prepare for this Grand Prix. Yeah. So shall we take a look at Pool C and Pool D? Yeah. Just as soon as we switch to the other game, I'll change the analysis board as well. So far, well, look at what I mean. Look at the player's screen. Dominguez is sitting, kind of. He's facing the board with his back, or I don't know, with one of the sides, and he's looking at something. So I don't know if he finds something disturbing in the playing hall, and regrettably we don't have an audio from the playing hall, which, you know.
No, that's true. Or maybe he's a huge fan of the first Harry Potter film, Philosopher's Stone, where, you know, one of the professors actually have a head on the back of their face as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
So they have eyes there too, you know. So maybe he's
Yeah,
analyzing
well,
with these
technically,
other face.
Yeah, technically, chess players do not have to look at the board to think and calculate,
Very
right?
true.
But still, I mean, it's very unusual to to turn to your opponent with your back, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, let's move on. Let's move on because this might take some time. Yeah, Mamdiar was thinking, and he basically his choice is to go c5 first or to take on c4 immediately. I don't know if there is anything. Oh, sorry, to take on b3 immediately. I don't know if there is anything else. Because like you could consider a move like queen d7, but once
bishop
again,
c2.
yeah, like bishop c2 is one thing. Knight e6 is what kind of what I don't like, because one more time there is similarly no knight b3. White is faster.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, white is faster in taking the pieces, right? Knight f1, king f1. White's a piece up, and then if you do not have knight b3, that means you have to recapture on e6, and it's with the pawn, right? Because queen takes runs into bishop d5. And if the pawn takes, maybe nothing like too dramatic has happened to black. But why did you play queen d7 instead of c5? There is no explanation, right? It seems that c5 leads to the same position. c5, knight takes, pawn takes. But then I probably prefer c5 because that's a more aggressive move, and queen, if anything, goes to e8, h5 later. I mean, especially since you're very likely to trade the b3 bishop. Okay. So Mamdiar thinking, and let's move on. We have 4 more games, right?
Indeed. So we need to take a look at MVL versus Wesley So in the C pool.
As well as
Predke.
Yeah, as well as Predke. But since they kind of equal in points, let's see. It's not the starting position, no? No, it can't be. So something with this live board. Something's happening to live board, obviously.
Oh? Which board is this?
I have it as MVL Wesley So board, but we are looking at Predke and Shankland board. So I'm confused now. I'm confused. Okay, everything seems to be out of place today. Arena Uplet had a party yesterday apparently, so it's lagging behind somewhat. Hopefully,
no, there are definitely moves made on the MVL Wesley So board that I can see here. They're already on move 10. Yeah,
they're on move 10, and it's it's a very ambitious way of playing that MVL decided to go for.
Yeah.
So he has sacrificed the pawn in that Nimzo Indian, by the way. Yeah, once again. So quite a few surprises. I mean, first one d4 is a bit of a surprise from MVL, and then going for the Nimzo Indian, but perhaps Wesley So is sort of predictable in this regard. If he usually starts with knight f6 e6 against queen's pawn move, so d4 knight f6 c4 e6, and then if he's allowed to go bishop b4, he will, right? I mean, if it's some sort of the Catalan attempt with knight f3 or g3, then he might go. Yeah, I mean here, like if you'd plan for knight f3 or 3g3, then Wesley is kind of less predictable because it could be d5, it could be a check, and even the the queen's Indian with b6, right? After knight c3, he mostly goes for bishop b4, and now stuff that I was saying about Nakamura's game, queen c2. Queen c2 was very trendy before f3 became kind of the latest fashion. So now everyone's trying f2, f3. And there was, for instance, Joran van Forest game against Anish Giri in Vaikanze, very instructive, and then so on and so on. f3, c5, d5. Yeah, and c5 is connected with this b5 idea. So kind of trying to attack the center early. And white can't really... Okay, he can, but it's considered to be not good to try to take the pawn, which would be d takes e6 first, right? f e6 and then c takes b5.
Why is it bad?
It's not like bad, but black has a very, very nice counterplay. Like d5, d4 threatening, you know, a big center, and then also you would like to undo f2, f3, but it's not allowed, right? I mean, if the pawn is on f2, and you had some other move played, like I don't know, g3 instead of knight's on f3, then maybe it's playable, but...
It does look a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
yes.
It looks a little bit awkward, but in fact it's a lot awkward.
a lot awkward.
Yeah, so after b5, e4 is the common move, then both castles or d6 are possible. So d6 was played by Wesley, knight g to e2, b c4, knight f4. And this knight f4 is kind of tricky, because he provokes e5, right? I mean, he's supporting the d5 pawn. He provokes e5, which was played, knight back to e2. But this means he's not getting the c4 pawn back anytime soon. Like, white's attempt is understandable, right? You castle, for instance, and white all of a sudden has perfect harmony. Bishop takes c4, everybody's controlling the d5 square, white's very happy. The problem, of course, is, that black has e5, the knight's attacked, knight goes back, knight bd7, and then, if you want to develop, you probably go knight g3, then black's on time with knight b6, so the pawn is still kind of not easy to get back. But it wasn't the plan, it turns out, because g4 was played by MVL. So it's a very aggressive attempt to seize as much space as possible on the king side. And I reckon in case of knight b6, protecting the pawn. By the way, that's an awkward situation, so white's going to go knight g3. Black is a pawn up, right? But kind of the counterplay is very limited. I'm not sure if it exists at all, right? So those are double pawns. If you trade on c3, well, white captures back with the pawn, and those pawns are kind of devalued, the extra pawn. To make of it any use, you'd have to get the knight on d3 somehow, but it's not happening, right? The knight is currently on d7, there is no c5 square, there is no e5 square. So I wonder what black has to do after g4. Because strategically he's in a very dangerous position, black that is, because white's play is pretty much clear. It's, somewhat of a Samish setup, like the setup you use in the Samish variation of King's Indian, right? f3, knight g2, bishop to e3, maybe queen to c2 instead of d2 this time, right? Not to overpin ourselves. But white's setup is clear, and then after knight g3, he'll be threatening g5. He'll be threatening g5, h4, push those pawns. So black has quite a few questions to answer. I mean, first of all, where's the counterplay? And then kind of related question is if we castle short or not, because the source of counterplay could be we go h5 early, provoke g5, kill knight h7, try to provoke h4, and then God knows, maybe f6, as ugly as it looks, but at least to kind of disbalance the position the slight bit. kind of f6, sort of hinting at capturing on g5. Because if black plays it slow, if black tries to protect the c4 pawn and lets white sort of develop the initiative, he's in a very dangerous position, potentially, and also not clear where the king belongs. Because
and then how to stop it properly as well.
Yeah, like if you try to react with the pawns on the king side, like go h6, I'm afraid you are making it worse potentially, because knight g3 will happen, h4 will happen one day, and then this g5.
Well, wouldn't you say that since the center is closed, that the king can actually stay in the center for a bit?
For black, yes. It's not like black is forced to castle short, and that's an honest debate. It's not like I'm saying black has nothing to do, but he has to consider castling and so on. No, it's an honest debate with myself. I'm genuinely not sure where the king belongs. It could be that black, plays all the solid moves like knight b6, bishop d7, and maybe prepares long castle, which isn't fun, but at least the king is not running into any sort of attack. And then perhaps have to mention that I would consider something like this, and then a check, right, and try to, mess things up. But apparently it doesn't work at all. So knight to g3, and it's two pawns, right? Two pawns, and then e4 and g4 are hanging, so potentially even three pawns for a piece. But somehow, the intuition tells me that it shouldn't work, Queen f3, just protect e4, and then, white's much better. So if there is no sacrifice, no knight e4, no knight g4, then I'm not sure what black is supposed to do. It's a very interesting position, and looking at Wesley's sort of thinking, looking at his clock, you understand that he's also worried with the situation.
Yes.
So I was told we need a short technical break yet again, right? So apologies to ruin the viewer experience, but we will have to obey, right? So we'll see you guys very, very soon.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, finally back. And while we were on a break, I just, decided to go back to Pool A and cover the game which I think didn't get enough attention because of my, connection issues and so on. Aronian against Yesipenko.
What is going on?
Move 16.
Okay.
Aronian is obviously in his preparation, right? 1 hour 32 on the clock. Yesipenko down to 40 minutes, but moreover, I'm afraid his position is terrible.
Okay, so is it time yet? Is it time?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about your resolutions and so on. Was it promised to the chat or?
No, not at all. I didn't promise anything. I had a prop. I thought I could, go with it. So you know what?
Cool.
Maybe it could influence some attacking chess. This is exactly what we're seeing. So every time we show it on camera, something exciting happens. Maybe, anything goes. Yeah.
Yeah. So the opening, I'll skip the opening phase, but mainly,
Okay.
I mean, it looks like White was doing something very similar to what Naka was doing against Yesipenko, and then later on, wait a second, Oparin against Yesipenko wasn't exactly the same, but White also had some setup. There was a knight on e2, not on f3, right? But White had somewhat similar setup in all of those games. And Yesipenko seems to struggle in such structures, it seems. After knight g5, and knight g5 was played very quickly, and after knight g5, interestingly enough, Black already kind of can't return back to normal. h7 is hanging. h6 would lose to bishop h7 check anyway, and then you are checkmated on the very next move. So g6 is absolutely forced. White goes h4, and after c5, White insists on attacking the king. So goes h5. And apparently the c takes d4 would not work, and I'm guessing just brute forcing it, taking on g6 twice would do the trick.
I mean, I would have thought that c4 all the same would have offered the same result, because I mean, if you're taking, this is at least my assumption from what I can
you
see,
mean
c4 take on g6. Taking on
takes
g6 anyway.
g6,
Take on d3 and take on h7.
Take on d3, but you can take on f7. No, well, h7
On
as well.
F7,
H7,
yes.
no, h7 at least knight h7, right? And he's still.
Okay,
no, but
okay.
you take on f7, and then
Yes.
you know what happens. I mean, you're winning anyway. You can promote into knight, for instance. But one thing you could do, you could take on d3 and say too many things hanging, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's obviously bad. After h5, the best, it seems, that was possible. After h5, the best that was possible to do was bishop g7. Apparently, he went with h6. Provoking move. Very, very provoking move. H-g6 takes on g7, bishop g6 check. So now, I wonder if White kind of wins on the spot, or it's just much better for White. Those are two alternatives that I can imagine. Because, like, first of all, where do you go? King g7, sure. Maybe a little bit more kind of harmonious, that the king is not in front of all the pieces, right? But at the same time, it might prove to be more dangerous, so that White's not even forced to take on e8. I mean, a move like queen f5 might be a legit move. Point being, I don't know how to say. I mean, first of all, I'm obviously attacking g5, which isn't easy to protect. But also, rook h7 is a big threat.
Bishop h5 as well. I was looking at bishop h5 instead of queen
Bishop
f5.
h5, but then the knight takes, right? And then you take with the rook, and you are saying that h7 will be. Yeah, that also works. No, but queen f5 is also, I kind of like the move because rook h7 is my serious threat, in fact. Like rook h7 along with queen g5. So those are two big threats, and I don't think black can deal with both. So no wonder he goes king g7, king e7, sorry. It was already played, king is on e7, but then after king e7, white's not even forced to take. So it's 2 pawns for the piece for white, right? And he's not even forced to take the rook immediately. So he can castle long, for instance. He can consider taking on c5 first. And then going e4 with bishop g5 ideas. I mean, it's so many tricks for white. And also he's good on material, like capturing on e8 already means that it's an equal material, or even like white slightly better on material. It's rook and 2 pawns against 2 minor pieces, right? But usually you do not hurry up with capturing such rooks, because like the bishop on g6 helps attacking, obviously, and there is no reason that this rook has to be taken immediately. Maybe once again something like queen f5, God knows, because funny enough, rook h7 still happens to be a threat. Let's say you go here and then rook h7, you take it, and it's queen f7, and it's knight b5 checkmate. Very efficient. I mean, you don't need to castle, you don't need too many pieces. It's just that, when your opponent king is in the center, right, and you got there with the queen and the knight, and it's kind of good enough.
Yeah, definitely. So queen f5 is something I like.
Yeah.
I was also looking at, long castle's a bit slow maybe, so e4?
E4 immediately, but then I wasn't sure. It's like you opening some diagonals, but you also close some, right? Well, it might work. I mean, I don't know. So c takes d4, I would be worried about. But if this works, then it just works, And maybe once again, maybe you just take on g5. You don't care about these guys, If black captures, you probably win with a lot of moves. Like the e5 seems strong, and long castle once again. Long castle, just more pieces. So black's position is almost hopeless. It seems. Black's position.
Maybe the only hope he has right now is king of the hill, or we have faith in his abilities.
King e5 and so on.
Yes,
no, but seriously, that's a very, very, I want to say surprising way the game turns, right? Because I understand, Ronin with white is very dangerous, and he is very well prepared, but then once again, somehow, I think his opponents are sometimes way too elaborative, right? Like Dominguez stepping in the preparation, then Hikaru stepping in the preparation in exactly the same line a month later, right? And then here, once again, I don't know if Yesipenko was playing this line all the time and decided not to change the variation, or like maybe he was kind of surrounded. Sometimes when Aronian prepares, you don't know what to do. I mean, it's like in every line he has a little surprise here and there.
A little something. Well, it just shows you the power of preparation in general. I mean, opening preparation is great. It's also great to work on your end games and maybe your middle game and so on. But I mean, if you're lost out of the opening, that's it. And maybe that's what Aronian's been focusing on the most.
Yeah. And what? And queen f5 is on the board.
Right.
Yeah, queen f5 is on the board. Okay, perhaps knight c6 was kind of a helpmate line, so you don't need to play knight c6, but still, the position looks terrible, absolutely terrible for black. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, like this rook h7, like anything black tries to do, I mean, he always runs into in one of those, in rook h7 or queen g5. Let's not forget, if white takes on g5, he simply has 3 pawns for the piece, right? 2 pawns. Oh, wait a second. Once again, not very good with numbers. 2 points, but still, I mean, perhaps that's not the most important factor. The most important factor is the king on e7, right? Okay, so, which makes me want to check the other game in Pool A.
We may. Let's go ahead. And we have Hikaru Nakamura versus Grigory Operan.
Yeah, that looks like one of the known lines, to be honest.
Known, and the king's in the center?
Yeah. You'd be surprised, but this line was kind of throughoutly studied, and there are like really funny. I mean, obviously, I won't be able to kind of recall all the lines. But this bishop on f1, it stays sometimes for a very, very long time with pawns still being on g2 and e2, especially in this line where white lifts the rook to h3 and wants to kind of step in the game first with rook d3 possibly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but overall it's known to be very solid, and I don't even know if there is a problem for black at all. Yeah, once again, the explanation for this would be bishop on f1 is out of the game, right? So
wow.
I wonder if even like a move like rook d8 is possible, which sounds strange, right? But
not at all. I mean, I think strange, we sort of let that bird sail already. A long time ago, like with the king's line in the
takes
center.
over there and queen
still trying to
a7. I
understand.
mean, I was not sure about this line, for instance, like takes and queen e7, queen a7, because as ugly as it looks, it's a pawn, right? And then first I was very hopeful of something like this to work. Knight e4, quote-unquote blundering the queen, but then rook c1 checkmate, right? So
Oh my
kind of
goodness
deflecting
gracious.
the bishop. Yeah, the bishop protects c1 square. Queen b7, though, puts an end to black's trickiness. No checkmate yet, and queen g5, nice story, but queen b8. So it's black. Black almost succeeds, gets checkmated first. So maybe he has to be a little bit more cautious. I don't think he spends time to guard a7 though. So perhaps just I don't know, h6 maybe, just to push this bishop to see where it goes. Yeah, maybe h6 makes sense. So as of now, it looks very likely that we will have a tie for the first in the A pool going to the last round, because Aronian's position, well, it's clear it's winning. I mean, he might end up not winning, but the position for the time being is completely winning. And here, white is way too solid to lose, right? So the situation, once again, reminder, Oparin has what it is, 2.5 out of 4, right? So see, Jesse, that's why counting in pluses is easier, like plus 50%, -1, because like you always have to think about number of points, number of rounds, and so on, and
number of pieces.
Yeah, like we remember Oparin didn't lose a single game, and one of those games he won. So that's where +1 comes from. Anyway, he's on +1. Aronian, would he win today, would be on +1, and then Naka is on 50%. So if Naka doesn't lose, we don't know yet who will be tied for the first, but there will be a tie for the first going to the last round. Seems to be... Then in Pool B, we don't know, right? Dubov's unlikely to lose. Dominguez Mamedyarov, we'll see later on. But that's... I didn't expect it to play out specifically that. So that we will have like 2 rounds left, and even 1.5 rounds left, we may say. And nothing will be clear in any pools. If you recall the kind of previous Berlin, Aronian made it to the semi-final with 1 round to spare. right? And then Wesley So was leading, like had kind of big lead in Pool C and so on, right? So in Pool D that was, right? Here we are playing in the middle kind of round 5 and no clue whatsoever what's going to happen. Okay, that's not the most exciting game though. That's very likely for black to have an equal game, and yeah, just a little caution is needed. I suggest
Throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, I suggest we take a look at Pool D, something that we didn't do yet, because there are also very interesting games there. So Pool D, we may start with whatever we feel like. We could go with Giri, Tabatabe, Yuyangi. I mean, any of those games would be nice.
Can I request
Yeah.
Yu Yang Yu?
Yeah, you have it, and that's something.
Some questions about this opening, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea about this opening. To be honest,
I'm going back to the beginning.
To be honest,
I think it's a Nimzo.
It was. I mean, it was sort of a mixture of the two. So it was the Nimzo, and then white played knight f3 and black played d5. So technically, it's a Rogozin defense, kind of Nimzo defense turned Rogozin defense. But then you'd be surprised, but sort of turned Nimzo defense again when white plays fifth a3, because that's not very common, to say the least. I think if you check the database, you may find one game of myself facing this with the black pieces, this fifth a3 move, where black has to trade. That's what I thought. In fact, bishop e7 is not that terrible, believe it or not. You are limited in some queen's gambit. I mean, it's basically a queen's gambit with an extra a3 move, which is, of course, useful for white. So, would not recommend it. Bishop c3, bc3. And then stuff that I've done was knight e4 immediately. In the game, we had c5, a4, knight e4, which I'm not sure is good. It's very ambitious because, at least the way Yu Yang played it, because he went after this pawn, knight takes c3, c takes, knight takes, went back to e4. By the way, yeah, queen a5 always runs into bishop d2 and the pin. So it's never a good idea. Knight back to e4, c takes d5, e takes d5. So black's pawn up, but it looks immensely dangerous. I mean, the position looks immensely dangerous. I'm not sure why he decided on entering this. Like anything connected with bishop a3 looks scary, and you're not castling, right? Or perhaps start with bishop b5, and after whatever black feels appropriate, knight d7 or bishop d7, both seem to be not great. Then you go bishop a3, so after this check you'll be able to go to f1. Or actually e2, I'm not sure.
King e2?
It might be king e2, yeah. I mean, knight c3 is what's annoying, yeah. But, maybe.
I think at some points I was like scrolling through the games and I was checking the engine, and I'm pretty sure I saw king e2 as well. If you are actually right, I would be very, very, very impressed.
Could be. No, what I mean, white never risked, first of all. I mean, white's never in trouble here. And I will not be surprised if white is simply better. Because among other things, if you are not happy with all those lines, I mean, you could give a check, say black goes knight d7, and then you castle. Okay, you're a pawn down, but now you're threatening bishop a3 for real. Like if black does something and you'll play bishop a3, now it's really big. So black apparently has to castle. And then I want to declare that even being a pawn down, white has tremendous compensation. Like once again, bishop a3, put the rook on d1. That's an isolated pawn. White has two bishops, so I would think even there, white's chances are at least not worse. and it's only one option, right? So it's only one option, and after bishop b5, knight d7, of course, I would, as much as I can, I would try to make this work first.
Yes, just to make our opponents' lives miserable.
Yeah. So that's, once again, a very early conflict on the board, right? So, well, move 11. The engine claims white's much better already. And Tabatabai, would he win this one? It would be 2 consecutive victories, right? He upset Vityugov right before the free day. And
yes.
then, yeah. And once again, he is the lowest seed in the group, who might be taking a lead if he wins.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, if he makes it to the semi-finals, I would be very, very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, he had not such a terrible tournament in Belgrade. Yeah, bishop b5 checks on the board. No surprises here. I was wondering if black actually plays king f8, kind of losing the castle right not to be prevented from castling. No, what the point is, like, at least after bishop a3, I'll have king g8, right? So the king at least gets kind of somewhere from the center, so it's not stuck on e8. And then, yeah, but anyway, bishop d7, okay. Bishop d7 is another story. Bishop d7.
Exactly. Chat says the more misery you can spread as a chess player, the better.
Okay. Chat is mean. Chat is mean. But chess players are mean on average, yeah, to their opponents. I mean, during the game. Okay, don't get me wrong. I mean, during the game, your objective is to be as mean as possible, right? After the game, before the game,
your friends.
You have to be nice, and then you probably are nice. But yeah, during the game,
sometimes
during the game, you have to really, try to upset your opponent. No, okay, bishop a3 is on the board, so castling is not happening. Now, okay, I mean, check on a5. On one hand, it's, makes white lose the castle right, yeah? But I don't know, once again, where the king's going. King e2. King e2, I mean, I'm a little bit worried about this check still. Well, maybe you go to f3. I understand it's a little bit...
What?
But where else? I mean, I'm not sure where...
many active kings in this round.
Where else do you go?
Yeah.
But alternatively, I was thinking king f1, and then... Okay, you have queen c3. This is something I don't like. And maybe the queens are getting swapped. Because there was... originally, I thought queen d2, let me confess. I thought queen d2, and then, kind of planning to trade the queens. If queen leaves, it's queen f2 checkmate, but queen leaves to c8, and it's a checkmate in one, because the bishop on d7 is pinned.
No.
Yeah, it's like with, with knight on
goodness.
d7, that would actually kind of work. To an extent, right? I mean, if knight d7 would be played, then the bishop on c8 is protected, and then the entire same line would be acceptable for black. I mean, I don't know how acceptable it would be. It's probably...
Well, chat says that the computer does like king e2, but to provoke something like this, I would love to see it.
Yeah. No, well, the point of king e2, of course, you want to keep your rooks connected, right? And it's a very, once again, very concrete position. I understand king f3 might be looking odd, but if white's on time, he might not be just better, he might just win on a spot. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Because...
Wait, I kind of need to check this now. Let's actually see what
rook
happens.
c1 or stuff like that, It's probably king f... Or maybe it's king f1 now after knight c3. Yeah, but then it slows me down quite a bit. For some reason, I actually would prefer king f3 over king f1. If it's possible to play at all. I mean, probably it is, right? I mean, if there is anything going on, I can play g3 and hide on g2. Yeah, so if this check happens, I guess it's king e2 and king f3. Okay, here though, it's not home preparation from Tabatabai. It's not like in Aron and Yesipenko. It's more of a over-the-border inspiration, this pawn sacrifice, but so far has all the reasons to be happy. And for the other game in this pool, Vitugov against Giri, it's something much more theoretical. And once again, we'll check it later on. But I think, for now, I would claim that Anish is doing fine.
Fine is a good word.
Fine is a good word. Yeah, fine as in Black's position is not worse.
Okay.
This is what? This is so-called Moscow variation of... no, it wasn't. Interesting.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I thought originally that it was... Okay, let me see. What's... no, it's black to move, sorry. So this c6, knight goes here, h6, would be a Moscow variation of the queen's... of this semi-Slav, yeah? Queen takes f6, e3, and so on. But in reality, it tends to be the real queen's gambit, where after bishop g5, h6, white captures on f6 anyway. e3, castles, rook c1, c6. And this is known to be a very solid position for black. I'm not even sure why white would go for it. h4, g6, bishop d3, bishop g7, and now it kind of confused me because this could happen as well from the Moscow variation. Castles and exactly dc4, knight d7, this, b6, and then, yeah, like white is slightly better in the center, but how to continue? I mean, they have some ideas connected with h5 usually, but perhaps it was under black's control. So what Vidugov ended up doing, it's kind of secures him from being worse. So knight d6 and captures on c8, taking back the bishop pair. But at the same time, with opposite colored bishops on the board and black having no problem pushing c5 or even e5,
yeah,
I guess black has
I like e5.
little to worry about. Yeah, well, the thing with e5, the only potential problem could be, well, actually, d5 runs into e4, so I'm not sure what happens at all, right? But the potential problem could be this, interestingly enough. I just take whatever black takes with, and I try to play this position. Maybe it doesn't end up sort of tactically. Oh, wait a second. Was it played? No, it wasn't. Knight b8. Well, actually, knight b8 was played. Yes, so one more time. If e5, trade here, I mean, trade everything. So basically, the point was that I want to play h5 and claim that the weaknesses on the king side are very, very relevant.
But there's queen h4?
f4.
f4.
Yeah, f4. So once again, I mean, when it's opposite colored bishops, you kind of tend to compare what diagonals are available and what targets are available, right? And for black dark square bishops, strangely, it doesn't have that many targets. I mean, okay, b2 pawn for now, but
Yeah,
like
that's it.
b3 or even like you take b2 and yeah. And white kind of has some very promising diagonals like bishop on c4, bishop on d3, in both cases pressing towards the king side, plus simply the pawn structure. So 4, well, in this line after e5, yeah, 4 versus 3 on the king side where the kings are. And usually in opposite colored bishops, middle games, you prefer more pawns on the king side. So because it's only logical, right? With opposite colored bishops and a lot of other pieces, it's very unlikely that the queenside majority will promise you anything. Because what's the purpose of queenside majority most of the time? Like you push it and you try to create a passed pawn. And with opposite colored bishops, passed pawns, if it's a singular passed pawn, one passed pawn, it can be blocked. And then your bishop, to unblock it, your bishop is sort of operates on the wrong colors, right, on the wrong squares. So imagine, once again, I mean, for illustration's sake, I mean, I'll just play a few stupid moves here, there, and then white goes b4, black goes c5. I mean, the moves are irrelevant, but just a picture, right? And then how do you,
We're not gonna ask you about the moves.
how do you go through c4 square? You just don't go through, right? I mean, it's controlled. White's going to put the bishop on c4. So efficiently, white is kind of a pawn up for the middle game. But as long as it's a middle game on the board, white enjoys his 4 versus 3 on the king side, while c pawn is irrelevant. And maybe sometimes
with opposite color bishops, maybe you'll have more luck with connected pawns.
Yeah,
or connected passes.
That's another story, but those are not that easy to get, right?
No, of
okay,
course.
so he went knight b8, bishop d3. Knight b8 just to get rid of the a6 bishop, apparently. Still some potential for white to like go h5, disturb the king side. And if g5 happens, then try to make use of this diagonal, which is somewhat weakened. But overall, it has to be manageable for black. I mean, I don't know if black goes c5 immediately or he prepares it one more move. No, he probably has to play c5, because if it takes too much time, then h5, g5, and then bishop b1, queen d3 might be a bit annoying. But once again, like in every single pool, it seems, we have a sharper game and a quieter game, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's true. It's like every second game, maybe.
yeah. So I don't know if we'll have a lot of results again, but for the time being, it does look like we have sharp game in every single group. So where do we go?
Can we go back to the Iranian game? There were some moves made.
Yeah. That's of course something to check. That's our first and perhaps only chance. I wonder if it's true though. So first and only chance for having the result earlier than a draw. Like the first games that will finish, all of a sudden will finish with the result, right? But
yes.
You never know, right? Okay, knight c6. He has played knight c6. Go rook h7, Levon. Rook h7, knight h7, queen f7, and checkmate on b5. As simple as that.
Apparently the recommendation here is bishop takes g5.
Yeah, but it's one of those cases where I believe everything wins,
Yeah.
Like rook h7, I don't see what's wrong with rook h7, to be honest.
Yeah.
Knight d4 perhaps, but then we are talking, same material, so white can't be bothered with this. I mean, that's absolutely... It must be absolutely winning. Yeah, but okay. Bishop g5 might be stronger.
Nice. Okay, so shall we go to the next one?
So here, but last thing to say. So I think this might be the first game to finish, indeed, and might be so Aronian winning before anyone agrees a draw. But quite possibly we had this. So first I wanted to say that this is the first time, but quite possibly we had this when Vityugov beat Hare Krishna, remember, in the first tournament. I mean, he won with black, and he won a very, very fast game, like 25 moves, not more than that. And the win with black in such a crushing fashion was, Levon, though, captures on e8, and I wonder if he's pulling the same trick as against Hikaru in round 1. So he will keep it winning, but will play for like 5 hours, just enjoying himself, sort of. Yeah, let's move on. Let's check Hikaru and Oparin.
Let's do it. Okay, let's see.
Here, not much has happened. H6 played, Hikaru thinking. The move that...
Chad says, everything wins. What a quick conclusion.
Everything wins, as in, quite a few ways. Obviously, not everything wins, but... I'm being serious. I understand that it looks like one of those, I don't know, magic tricks of some sort. So that I look at the very messy position and declare that white's winning. Yeah, and if you'd if you'd ask me to sit at the board and kind of find the most convincing way, I might have spent like half an hour, I don't know, before making a move, right? It's just that your experience, your intuition tells you when you just compare, activity of the pieces and how, in what danger Black King is, that it has to be winning, right? I mean, I just don't know what the move is, maybe, but it has to be winning.
One of the chess feelings you get, just that intuitive, I'm winning, I must be winning.
And we had an interesting discussion. I mean, a couple of times was when this chess cheating, in kind of over the board chess, there were speculations like this player cheats or that player cheats. He's getting outside signals and so on. There've been rumors, there've been stories, and we were discussing. With with friends, with Peter Swidler first of all, and some others, so that what one would need to really kind of improve his results, and it depends on the level of player. Like if you take the beginner, then you literally have to tell him every move, right? Yeah. But imagine someone who's like 27 plus decides to cheat. It'd be first of all impossible to prove, because the guy would be smart enough not to copycat all the engine moves, right? And then it takes so little to improve the results great deal, because you don't actually have to tell him the moves. You just have to have an option of signaling. Dude, you have a move, look for it. So kind of signal the critical, the critical moments. So a couple of times in the game. And maybe he doesn't win like all the games. Maybe he doesn't find all the moves. But being able to know in advance that in this position you have a solution. Yeah, in this position 10 moves later you have a solution. So you have to spend time here and not on the previous move, not on the next move. It's a huge advantage. Yeah. It's really a huge advantage that some people tend to underestimate.
No, of course, I've often thought about that's why they have these metal detectors that are at the tournament. I mean, you're passing through it, and additionally, they have those little wands that they sort of put around, and they'll know whether you have something that will signal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe there'll be a spectator who sort of like signals, play this or play this, but often they don't even allow cell phones inside. So
yeah, no, it's not, of course, hinting at any of the players. It's just in a hypothetical situation of like, how do you cheat in a smart way, right? Because there've been a lot of discussion that eventually people getting caught and so on. But yeah, who knows? Hopefully, I didn't disclose the smart way of cheating, and it won't be. It won't be picked up. Yeah, hopefully it won't be picked up. All right. So Naka exchanges on f6, and captures the a7 pawn. Okay, now we are talking something serious. Now we are talking something serious, unless there is some draw, which I don't see, to be honest. Wait a second. So, I mean, if black spends time moving the bishop or protecting the bishop, I would assume white's better. It's not guaranteed, though, because after bishop c8, what do you do? Right, b2 is still hanging. I'm not very happy with bishop c8 as the move, but maybe still white's not in time to kind of coordinate. But much more tempting would be to take on b8, to go rook c1 and try to declare that I'm kind of making a draw by force, which I'm not sure about, but it might be the case. Point being, if rook d3, I guess it's just a draw, right? I mean, I'm taking there, I'm giving a check. I know it's not a draw because black is winning. Even better. I thought it was a draw by perpetual, but after rook d8, there is no way of guarding d2.
Oh no.
Yeah, so rook h d3 is silly. Capturing on c1 doesn't look like an option. And therefore, what else is left? Queen to d file, yeah? Like queen d7. And then if you start by going rook c8, it seems that white is just on time. Rook d3, he'll take on d1 with the rook, and he'll block on d2 with the queen in case of a check. But if we, but if we kind of switch the moves order, if we take on d1 first, then queen d1, rook c8, and I don't see the way to stop rook c1. Honestly, I don't see the way to stop rook c1.
Is there rook b3?
Yeah, wait a second. There is rook b3. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I was, for some reason, that's so interesting. I mean, the way human brain works, because I was looking for the way to literally guard the c1, yeah, and there is no such way. Then you try moving the queen, and obviously rook c1 wins, but you can counterattack your opponent's queen. Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
So we make a great team, you know. You find the difficult moves, and I find the easy moves, and there we go.
Yeah, easy peasy, yeah. So seriously, then it's a question if black can or cannot take on b2. Because if he cannot, I'm not sure what he plays. Like all the moves seem awkward. Like bishop a8, meh. Bishop c8, maybe even more meh. Right? Queen e7, not bad, but I mean, it doesn't feel that bad. Yeah, rook a8 also. Yeah. I mean, like you're not really pinning yourself. You're threatening rook a8 to trap the queen. But he's just on time. He goes back to a4. And what's bad about queen e7, the queen on f6 was attacking b2, right? Now it's back to e7, so queen a4. White, for the time being, is a pawn up, right? So it's not like black doesn't have counterplay at all. After all, the bishop is still on f1. But yeah, that's kind of, black doesn't equalize immediately, at least. So maybe it has to be some bishop c8 and relying on the b2 pawn being a weakness.
I think chat was a little bit off with the advice you attempted to give them. So become 2700 player, then cheat, easy. Got it, Miro.
Yeah,
thanks.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So you are not allowed to cheat before you got to 2700 on your own. Okay, let's agree on that.
Yeah.
If you've done this, then you are free to consider, but
I feel like 2700 is difficult enough, so good luck, have fun.
Yeah. Okay, so nothing new. Those little evaluation bars on our cameras suggest that Aron is absolutely winning. Yeah, let's follow those. Let's just look at at the evaluation bars, and the bigger the deviation from equality, the more often we will be looking at those games. Yeah. Well, the bot actually suggests that there have been more mistakes made. I don't know if one can gather that many mistakes in one game. So, in fact, bishop takes e8 is maybe... I mean, I don't know if it's the best or not the best, but bishop e8 maybe wasn't the strongest, but then queen takes e8 is a terrible mistake, apparently. That's the move that Yesipenko has played.
So king takes was better.
Well, according to this silly machine that writes notes, and as we figured out, it's not very smart, but maybe since queen e8, knight d5 seems to be absolutely lost.
So I checked it. It looks like it went from here, +2, where king takes was better, to +8,
So
where queen takes.
so king e8 is +2, and then queen takes e8
Yeah.
+8. Yeah, logical.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing after knight takes there is, apart from just capturing on d5 and being, don't know, kind of casually winning, sort of, I guess bishop g5 works, right? And
Yeah.
then he blocks and you take it and you go check on h7. And I don't know,
Yeah, that's it, I
you
think.
check on f6.
Take
Yeah,
the
you basically
bishop.
take everything, yeah, and don't know. Protect it with a check once again, and he has to go to d8 specifically, and then you take on c5, for instance. I mean, you could have done something else. You could have.
Was there something like rook h8?
Rook h8
maybe?
was winning a queen, yeah. Just that, honestly, I don't think. Yeah, obviously, in the game, you play rook c8, rook h8 because it wins the game, honestly, stops the game, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think that this is kind of mathematically worse, this line, because your next move is castle long or rook d1. And you win possibly even more material than just the queen. Anyway, I mean, it's an absolute disaster of a game by Yesipenko, and you know, it's move 20. He might resign here, and he could have resigned, I believe, a few moves ago. So that's something went terribly wrong right in the opening.
Alrighty. So I think we should go to another game in the hopes that this will soon show us a result. I feel like a watch kettle never boils, and if the boiling point is the result incoming, then I think we should check another game.
Yeah, okay. So, but what game do we check? Domingos Mamedyarov,
Can we
maybe?
look at... Okay, let's do it. And then after that, we can look at Predke Shankland.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Predke Shankland, I was checking it during the break, and therefore kind of wasn't very interested, but maybe it changed. Maybe
you
it
would
got
be.
maybe it got a bit more entertaining. Okay, I mean, I don't know what to say. Some really strange opening choice by Predke. Like, basically playing white almost like with the black pieces. Like, so it was an English opening, and in this system you have quite a few moves, like e4 being the main one, perhaps. Like you could go e3 as well. Yeah, Rajabov was doing this, like play e3, and then if knight takes, all of a sudden you take with this pawn, and then you're happy to play the endgame. That was a couple of games of Timur Rajabov, and also Magnus tried it once. b3 is sort of a bit of a new territory to me. It's like, yes, obviously knight c3, dc3, trade on d1 would be the same endgame but improved, same endgame but better, because we had it with pawn on e3. Pawn is heading towards e4 anyway. So e3 would be a tempo loss, and having b2, b3 played is probably beneficial. So it's not certainly not a disadvantage for white, having b3 instead of e3, and possibly even like an improvement. Right, but it's not the only move to take on c3, right? So this knight on d5 now is not really pushed to capture, and therefore black plays knight c6, white exchanged when e3, and and something like that happened. e6, castles, and and once again, it's very logical, because white can't really play d4 comfortably before he castles short, right? d4 here allows for c takes, and then check on b4. Right, so white castles, and then if black develops, I mean, first of all, bishop g7 has to be taken into consideration. But also d4 is sort of ready, right? So white's ready for d4. Therefore, black goes bishop d3, trades these bishops, and for the time being blocks the d pawn. Rook c1, rook to d8, and then something very interesting happens. White goes b4 all of a sudden. White goes b4. Queen b5, so they exchange some smart moves, and queen c2. And queen c2. So, what do we think about this position? It's pawn up for black, right? So it's not not that simple. But black.
Oh, maybe that's why it's showing like a slight advantage.
A slight advantage for white, or?
Actually, I think it's equal. Wait.
Yeah, for me, it shows kind of shows equal.
It's just equal.
But yeah, how exactly is it equal? I mean, equal is some symmetrical position, you know, with more or less similar development and so on. This one, when it says the computer says equal, we should understand it's a very unbalanced position, right? Because black has an extra pawn, something material that we can, count, and white for this has obviously some initiative, some counterplay, some compensation, as they say. And it's always not that easy to wait what's going to prevail in the long run. So here, as black, I would actually consider giving the pawn back and just, you know, try to accomplish the development. Because, I mean, if you go c5, I wonder what white's move is. d4 perhaps, right? I mean, it's hard to imagine white making progress with anything else but d4. Right. I mean, I don't see the way to open for. Well, could it be some f4, f5? No, that's too long. That's too long. So
the move is a4.
a4 here.
No,
yeah.
I'm just sucking my thumb.
Yeah, okay. A4 is fine, but queen d3, and then so that's a very strong positional threat. In fact, after c5, I go queen d3, and what to do? So in reality, I believe d4 is almost a must. But then I was debating, could it be that black simply goes c4 after c4 trades over there, and he seemingly is on time with king d7, so first covering all the, you know, all the squares the rook could penetrate, and after rook c1 to play bishop d6.
Oh wow!
So
I'm just stopping.
c7 is covered, right? c7 is covered, everything is covered. Yeah, nicely after d4, the long diagonal is blocked, so there is no bishop g7. And moreover, after rook c6, there is rook c8.
Yeah.
There is rook.
We do have a result.
We do have a result, and this is Aronian beating Yesipenko, I believe, right?
Yes, accurate.
Yeah.
Yesipenko resigned, and we have players leaving. Yeah,
I believe we'll have a press conference, and maybe if we get a chance, maybe that's one of the press conferences that makes sense to listen live to. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So
we definitely want to hear his thoughts on the opening there. I mean, you spent almost no time in the opening.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a big congratulations.
How deeply was Aronian prepared? That's a big question, of course. Yeah.
Well, he definitely went into this round knowing that he had to get some revenge on his loss from yesterday. He's like, this field is just not going to beat me. No way.
Yeah. Okay, so starting off with the win, right? And the position I have on my analysis board, it's Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So playing each other. So it's the same pool as Predke and Shankland, right? And as we agreed, I mean, one position is usually, I mean, in our today's round, this one position is sharper, one is like simplified and so on. But for this pool, I'm not sure anymore which one is sharper, which one is more complex. So over here, after g4, Wesley in fact did play h5. H5. And MVL, surprisingly, didn't go for g5, but went knight g3. So black went g6. Bishop takes c4. Captures there.
What happens if g5 in that position, if I may ask? So if it's knight g8 or knight h7?
It's h4, I believe, with knight on g3.
No,
Before this, I'm not sure really. I'm guessing it's got to be knight h7 to at least to provoke h4. I mean, the line that I was talking about, it looks really odd. I mean, to have a pawn structure like this, yeah. But if it kind of works. If it works, it works, yeah. And then perhaps the critical line would be g6 and kind of white trying to hold the pawn on g6, yeah. And I was hoping that black somehow can play f5, attacking h4, and, you know, set all the position and kind of create a mess out of it. But you never know. Maybe it doesn't work tactically. And after knight g3, yeah, he actually used this as an opportunity, this intermediate move. Queen d3, wait a sec, knight b6, check, traded, yeah. And after g5, once again, if the knight's pushed away, it's probably good for white still. But black has this intermediate h4 and knight h5.
Okay.
And now I'm no longer sure if white's doing all that great.
But I would think the knight is both stuck there, but also limiting the knight on e2's sort of capabilities.
Yeah, it's you know, it's kind of always ready to jump to f4 if something happens, right? So I'm not sure. I mean, there is always a debate, like, you know, if both pieces kind of waiting for the same square. Like, which one is active, which one is passive, right? So, because, like, you could argue, is exactly as you said, like, the knight on h5 doesn't do anything. But the counter-argument would be, it doesn't do anything as long as white keeps the knight on e2, right? So if the knight leaves from e2, I mean, first of all, it's not clear where it leaves, but, okay, let's say bishop d2, black does something, king e7, and then let's say for some reason you have an idea to play knight c1 to maybe bring it to b3. Okay, maybe not such a smart plan, but anyway. Knight f4, bishop takes, pawn takes, then the other knight gets to e5, and that's it's a fantastic outpost. And then rook h5 might, you know, hint at winning the g5 pawn. So all of a sudden it's a very unbalanced position and probably good for black. So my argument is that, yeah, the knight on h5 is not doing much for now, but as soon as you move the e2 knight away, right, the knight will jump to f4. Or, alternatively, if you go for f3, f4, then, of course, yeah, I'll have a chance to trade this knight off. By the way, white just castled, which was immediately answered with rook b8.
Yeah. Let's see what the analysis also indicates here. I think it's still equal.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm really not going to pay any attention to like anything more or less than like minus or plus 1, because maybe my engine depth isn't as great because it's online.
Yeah. Well, here it's once again, it's one of those positions where I say it way too often, but it might be that the engine is somewhat misleading. When the center is blocked, right, sometimes the, you know, the kind of the space advantage is not so important, strangely. But how does the engine provide those evaluations? It has so-called evaluation function, right? So it counts the material, counts some threats in a way. It has kind of the activity of pieces inbuilt description. I mean, how do you value the activity of pieces? Okay, the queen has access to 6 squares or 10 squares, so 10 is better than 6, right? So you can only formalize it that much. Because for the human brain, I mean, if you're taking a smart approach, maybe you don't care that your queen has only one square, because that square is very good, right? So it is limited in activity, but in fact, but for the computer, they use somewhat other approach, right? And yeah, it sounds complicated, I know. And to make it even more complicated, the programmer, he has to, to formalize the space advantage and the pawn structures. And how do you do this? I mean, it's very, very hard. Yeah, you have to go with what is statistically good. Like double pawns statistically are not very good, so you tend to give some advantage to the side which doesn't have the double pawns, but there are exceptions, right? So you cannot kind of overvalue the double pawn on the board, because they're inevitably going to be an exception. Right, so what I was saying, my experience tells me that in King's Indian and positions like this with blocked center, computer tends to give white some edge just because, say, d5 pawn against d6 pawn. So, like, having the space advantage, which might not be that important in this particular position, still would shift the evaluation function into white's favor. So therefore, if it's slightly better for white, like if it gives 0.50, one should probably not pay too much attention. But yeah, but f4 is something that I'm worried about, to be honest.
It happened.
F4 is played, F4 is played. Because why not? Yeah, it's a straightforward attempt to open up the center. And I mean, how do you react to this? In fact, why on earth we've decided that it's equal? Now that I'm thinking, okay, let's imagine everything is traded off. Like knight f4, you probably throw in some knight e5 intermediate.
Yeah.
Queen goes to, say, h3. And then...
Yeah, I mean, Chow was accurate. I mean, someone says, Miro lost me far behind. As in, we speak English, but Miro speaks chess. So we'll catch up at some point.
Now wait a second. There wasn't chess. There was chess programming, which is like a thing in itself. So it's absolutely fine not to follow the plot. Never mind. Okay. So, and that's what I was saying. I mean, I'm not sure what it is, and it looks like I can't hear Jesse. Can this be? Jesse, I can't hear you. Wave at me if
I'm here.
You're here. Everything's fine.
Yes, everything is good.
Yeah. So, this silly position, I wasn't sure if black can enter this. Simply for the reason that you can't play with your king in the center, right? I mean, the position is sort of way too open for it. And if you castle, you drop the h4 pawn. Not for free. Yes, black will capture c3, but who knows? Say rook f3, guard it first, queen h4, always a threat. I wonder if Wesley has enough counterplay. Wonder if he has enough counterplay, or maybe there is some tactical solution. That is also a possibility, that there is some way of like meeting this f4 with tactics.
100%.
Yeah, like castling. I was thinking, maybe to castle, but then f5, and then this knight on h5 is really misplaced. Anyway, that's an entertaining game.
I'm excited to see if f5 will be played, actually. So hopefully when we come back, we can take a look at the position and hope to see that f5.
Yeah.
But I wonder, maybe black will just take, but also black's king is in the center, so we'll see.
Yeah. So with Pool A having one game finished, Nakamura and Oparin is a very important game now, right? The position is somewhat simplified, but the game itself is very important. Shall we check Pool B? I think we keep skipping Dubov, Keima, Dominguez, Mamedyarov. I mean, one of those games. Because after all, that's a really, really messed up. That's a really, really messed up situation in the tournament, and also. The position is quite Quite interesting here. So if we go back a little bit and check what happened. So c5, remember I was talking about the c5 and it was played. Bishop c2 and I just stopped too early. I said, okay, there are too many things hanging and white will not be able to guard everything. But it turns out, yeah, bishop h6 helps. Bishop h6 helps, and perhaps the point is if you take on e5, there is queen g3, and yeah, the rook's hanging, the knight's hanging, white wins an exchange. So rook f7, queen h3, bishop g5, yeah, Shah of course enters some really sharp sequence. Rook to f8, knight to b2. And God knows what's that.
I don't know how to feel about white's position. I mean, f2 is under attack. This knight.
Yeah, but on the other hand, there is, there is a bishop versus knight, and at the very least, bishop b3, you can put the knight on c4 if anything. There's also this silly line. Look, Jesse. I mean, rook e1.
Yes.
And then black would have had rook f2. Rook f2, queen f2. No, I want it to be kind of brilliant to show kind of funny line. So rook f2, look, I thought rook f2 works if you take with the rook, right? Queen e1, that's too simple. If you take the queen, it's checkmate in one, also too simple. And I thought to declare, I mean, I was planning to declare that there is a beautiful refutation, which would be queen f8 capture with a check.
But it's not necessary.
Yeah, it is a beautiful refutation, but you can, you might as well just take on f2 and you're winning. Yeah, so rook f2 is nonsense.
Both ways.
Rook f2 is nonsense, but then it means...
It's nice to take a look at, nonetheless.
Yeah, then it means that rook e1 is a possible move, which disturbs the queen.
Queen f4 maybe.
d5 pawn?
Or not even,
d5 pawn? No, I think you have
queen
to...
g5.
You have to keep on the fifth rank. And then I would very much love to go to b3.
Knight d3.
Yeah. I mean, now it's once again, it's stop updating, please. This, go here.
Yeah.
Now it's once again a debate because knight c4 is a possibility or knight d3 is a possibility as well. Knight d3,
maybe knight c4
knight d3
is safer.
I was planning to take, and I think white just ends up being up a pawn, right? Takes here, you'll take the rook, I'll take the knight back, king g7, takes on f7, and quite possibly king takes f7. Because you are planning to go here, so it's maybe more useful to have the king covering the e-file. And white's up a pawn, but very likely it's a draw. I mean, because white has some weaknesses, like a pawn, c pawns isolated, right? Plus, if black simply manages, he doesn't need to win the pawn back. If he manages to liquidate the queen side, it's 3 versus 2. It's a very well-known draw. So knight d3 works, and it might bring some inconvenient moments, but should be good enough for a draw, right? But you could also play knight c4 and say I'm not worse. I don't know what the reality is. I mean, I probably take on c4, bc4, and here, I don't know, maybe lift the rook, like rook e3. It's important that it's guarded, otherwise some queen e3 would be the case. Yeah, rook e3.
I was even just looking at playing literally any move here, because the moment the rook moves, I mean, there's not even rook takes f2.
No, I'll play queen d4. Maybe I could have started with queen d4. Yeah, like play queen d4, possibly threatening rook e5. So if we look at the... but then rook f4 is the thing. Yeah, tricky.
Ooh.
So, I mean, if I look at only the pawn structure alone, right, I would declare that, yeah, like d5 and c4 pawns are stopped by the c3 pawn, and then white has the majority on the other side. But it's not how chess works, right? I mean, you'll have to look at in the context of where the pieces are. So you can't safely block the d4 square. So d5 pawn is not that bad. But I think if you're kind of in a practical game, if this line happens, you just go knight d3 and you make a draw in the rook endgame. Because black is unlikely to play for a win anyway. Okay, and if this is a draw, that pretty much leaves the situation intact. So they'll be both leading, and I don't think Keimer's going to win. We should check, obviously, Dubov versus Keimer, but I think he's going to win. He's not going to win, which would leave Mamedyarov and Dominguez sharing first, going to the last round.
But how would you even evaluate Keimer's game?
Keimer's game, yeah. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. I honestly didn't check for quite some time, so maybe it's absolutely different, right? So Dubov and Keimer, once again, a reminder that Dubov played something original early on in the opening, and okay, so stuff happened. In fact, Dubov is a piece down. What's going on? What is going on? 94 castles, bishop g5. So he's insisting on sacrificing something, yeah? And then black went rook b8, and then white captures there, goes queen f5. So now that if you take on g5, you're apparently lost after this. And rook e1.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you lose. Queen h8 is a threat. f6 or f5 is met with bishop b3. And there is no way of stopping queen h8. Okay, so Keimer goes with a very smart move in this position. He goes d3.
Okay.
Similarly, no difference, but after bishop d3, he captures the bishop on g5. Check.
There's no way for the bishop to get in that diagonal.
And now he goes f5. Yeah, so there is no bishop c4 immediately. Still looks like a dangerous position to me, but
It does.
But at least he's not kind of falling apart immediately. It's move 21. Keimer's down to 10 minutes. He's under attack, but he's a piece up, you know. It also counts for something. There is potentially some rook b6 and then swing the rook along the 6th rank. So maybe that's, in fact, the plan for black to guard himself.
It's more likely that Dubov has to be accurate here than Keimer does. Maybe it's a little bit more free-flowing, but he also has to defend well. So.
I mean, I think it's very likely that it's a draw by force if, you know, like takes on f5, for instance. I mean, some line. I mean, I'm not sure if it's any relevant. Takes on f4, rook b6, and then black threatens basically to play rook h6 and end white's attack, right? So white has to be quick. Queen h8, king f7 is the only move, and then, wait a sec. Yeah, queen h5. And you can go king f8, or you can even go g6, and then still I don't see anything but a draw here. I mean, the draw is queen h8, queen h7.
Yeah. Well, the move was bishop takes
Yeah,
f5.
bishop f5's played. Yes, I only wonder if it's bishop if it's rook b6 or there is something else.
What do you guys think in chat? Do you guys have any questions about the game so far? I know there are a lot of comments about the Aronian Yesipenko game, but about the existing games, I can see there's a lot of fights still going on.
Wait a second. Can it be that queen d5 is sort of more ambitious? I'm planning to block on g8, of course, right, against the check. Bishop e6 seems to be very strong, but I wasn't sure. Like black goes queen d2, attacks the e1 rook, and also guards the g5 bishop. So a check, I go king e7, but thanks to the fact that I'm attacking the e1 rook, right, white can't really come up with any sort of discovered check. So he can take on g5, king runs away. I don't know if d6 or d8. Well, d8
Apparently, there's the very strong move of protecting the rook with king f1 first.
Oh, not giving
Well,
any
that
check,
queen-
you mean?
No.
King
So that
f1.
way, with king f1, you are
Wow.
threatening the checks.
Wow, that
this time, there's no
is-
queen d3 check.
That is impressive. That is impressive, yeah. And I can't run away, yeah, because there'll be some discovered attack. Yeah, that's a clever move, king f1. So then I'm waiting for rook b6, honestly. I'm waiting for rook b6, and unless I'm kind of missing something obvious, I don't see the way for either side to avoid the perpetual. Bishop e6, yeah, perhaps this has to be mentioned, that bishop e6, rook e6 works, and then checkmate on the first rank. So therefore you can't play the same idea in this line. You can't go bishop e6. So you probably just come up with a perpetual. But once again, a very bright games today. I mean, that, like every single position I'm looking at, I'm kind of happy to have it, and not those countless gioco pianos where like everything's kept on the board, the knights are shuffling around, and like nothing happens for 30 moves, and then next time you look at this position, everything's disappeared. I don't know if you've paid attention,
so
but
true.
really, like we look at the beginning, we are kind of getting a little bit offset with the fact that, it's a gioco piano, so it's hard to understand anything, it's a lot of fight in front of us, and then next time we return in an hour or so, you're kind of not able to tell what the opening was because everything disappeared and it's some endgame. Yeah, there were such examples. Yeah. Okay, so what's next? What do we do? Tabatabai and Yu Yang, at least if we trust our evaluation bar, remember it was giving Tabatabai quite an advantage, and it does not anymore. So I wonder if something has changed dramatically, or our evaluation bar machine is out of bars. Yeah. So can we check pool D, Tabatabai, Yu Yang, and also Vachier-Lagrave, which is quite a game, but still, still in progress, still there. We start with Vachier-Lagrave, but that's I mean, by the way people move, it's not the game, guys. I mean, this we can leave. It will be a draw. It is a draw already. It's just this requirement of making it 30 moves that keeps them making a move. King f1, move 30. King f8. Yeah, of course, much more precise than king g7. Not much to discuss. Black went with c5. Last time we've seen, remember, there were two breakthroughs possible for black, c5 or e5. Yeah, black went with c5, and then it just hoovered away all the pieces.
Okay. I'm just going to also take some of the questions from chat.
Yeah, sure.
And pass them through so that they can appear on stream. So when they do, then we can answer them.
Okay, so today I think there might be a not the quiet, but kind of a faster developing day. We have two results already, but not only that. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can be stuck with one game. You can have like all games going, but finishing at the same time. The thing is, I cannot recall a single, kind of too complex of a position that people would be like, that people would survive move 40 and still be in the middle game, because I mean that's sometimes interesting to watch, but it's a nightmare to commentate when like the game gets to move 40 and it's still a middle game, and then you have to, so commentator's brain can handle only that much, yeah. And then on the fifth hour you have to still calculate lines. It's hard. Let's move on. Let's move to Tabatabai and Yu Yang in this pool, because the position we have on the board is not very entertaining. Tabatabai and Yu Yang. Oh, whoa.
I think something weird happened, let's go back to
Yeah,
because
yeah.
Queen A5 was played earlier.
Queen A5 was played and King E2
Yes.
was played, indeed.
Yeah.
And then,
Knight
well.
C6.
It makes perfect sense, yeah. Okay, first we need to wait for the, for the analysis board to appear. Yeah, so basically we are discussing this moment, which is move 14, King E2, Knight C6 was played, and now this Knight on C6 was captured with the bishop. And according to the little line that I have here, I still don't get it seriously, but it says F3 was better. F3 was better. Black would have captured on D4, ED4, would capture on B5 twice.
Yeah.
And then you just go King E3, of course. I mean, wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? King E3, and it says white is better. Believe it or not. I mean, I have no clue whatsoever if it's true, but it says white's better.
Oh my goodness, something drastic happened in the Wesley So game as well. But yes, let's take a look at this first and then we can hop over.
Yeah, and in the game, he simply won the pawn back. There have been some trades, Queen D4. Is H2 possible to take? That's a big question, by the way. Black's to move, right? And the thing is, if you let white consolidate, he's actually in a better position, I believe. I mean, simply having the knight against the light square bishop, right? Like if you get the knight on d4 or something. No, he actually didn't take. Quite interesting. Because I thought Queen H2 would be possible. Queen H2 would be possible, and point being Knight D7, you give a check, and then King E2 perhaps is forced, and then you take over there and trade and take on F8, and it should be a draw, right? Just King F8.
Then maybe
That'd be,
Queen B4.
Yeah, Queen B4, Queen B8, you capture this one with a
You're trying
check.
to
Maybe
yeah.
that's why he didn't go for it. Yeah, because Queen B8 and then capture this one with a check and maybe some chances in the queens and pawns endgame. Or maybe he just considers himself not to be worse. So he goes bishop F5, he says, okay, let's go on. I have, well, somewhat inferior bishop, possibly, but your king is kind of stuck in the center, right? Your H2 is now hanging because the bishop is no longer on D7. Yeah.
All right, so the question one is, it's a question for Miro. Do you think all of Dubov's opening work on Team Magnus means that Daniel lost some tactical practice in his middle games, etc., or just general working on his own chess?
It was too many words. I kind of missed the Jesse.
Too many words.
See, I see it on the screen now. All of Dubov's openings
Yeah.
work on Team Magnus means lost some tactical practice.
So basically
So
asking
like he
while
was
working for
working.
Magnus.
He was
Yeah,
working
working
too
with
much.
Magnus.
I don't know really, because. Okay, let's agree on something. The match has happened already like 4 months ago almost, right?
Yeah.
So if you are still kind of not in shape after the match, that means something's wrong. He is out of shape. That's for real, right? I mean, Wyke wasn't that great until he had to kind of leave Wyke, yeah, and then not a single win. No, I'm lying. There was one win in Berlin in the first tournament, but when it was too late, right? When it was too late, I mean, he beat Kama in the last round, and also here it doesn't really work well for him. So it might be that he's out of shape, but what causes this? I don't think he like in slavery for Magnus, so he forced to analyze openings 24/7. So.
Yeah. No, that's definitely the case. So the next question was along the lines of Giri and trading knights, but I see we have a result on the last board in Group
it's a draw.
D.
It's a draw, yeah.
indeed. Yeah.
It's a draw for Vitigov and Giri. So it was. I mean, I missed the exact moment where the knights were traded, but since the knights were traded off, perhaps there was no chance whatsoever. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to something else.
Someone is using a snooze emote saying that, Giri has drawn all his games so far, but at least it's not a loss for Giri, so...
Yeah. No, so far, Giri has done nothing wrong if you look at it, because he's in a tie for the first place, let's not forget. I mean, if Tabatabai and Yu Yangyi make a draw, well, it depends on your point of view, right? I mean, you may say you are tied for last, but also you're tied for first, because everyone has the same number of points.
That's true. Yeah, so if they draw now, Giri's on 2.5. If Yu Yangyi and Tabatabai also draw, then they're all on 2.5 and then tie for
and all it takes win the last round, and win the potential tiebreak, and everyone's gonna stop talking about you making all draws.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yu Yangyi is thinking again. Yeah, bishop f5 was answered with g3, obviously. H2 pawn had to be taken care of. So now, what happens? Maybe I was exaggerating quite a bit about black potentially being in trouble, but honestly, what's the source of counterplay for black, like in the long run? So I understand the knight on c5 is not kind of ideally stable, but I can stabilize it by going rook c3, other rook to c1, and maybe white has no plan on the other hand. Might be one of those positions that, the more you look at it, the more you realize that it's hard to do anything.
Yes.
Like queen h6, h4 perhaps, right? Queen h6, targeting h2 pawn once again. There is h4 and there is also queen f4. There is also queen f4, so that black will probably have to trade. And basically some position like that I meant when I said that white potentially can be better. Just get the knight on d4, trade a pair of rooks, right, and try to prove that the knight is superior over the bishop, which might not be easy to prove, but might be the case in this position. So black, in fact, I would argue, has to keep the queens on the board, try to keep the queens on the board. Okay, let's switch somewhere. You said something.
Let's go to Predke.
You said something dramatic was happening to Wesley So.
Oh, Wesley
right?
So. Yes, let's check.
Predke as well, yeah. But first, let's check Vachier and So. Things happening. So after f4, turns out that black never planned to take. So queen a4, f5, g takes f5. What a surprise. Whoa. That's genius. If you take with the pawn, you know what happens? It's a check on g4, and then you don't go to f2, because you don't go to f2. I don't see... okay, maybe e4 and takes the f5 pawn. But if you think that you are safe on h1, the thing is you are not. Knight g3 check. And, okay, the easiest line. Obviously, you could take with the knight, try to survive, but black is obviously better, yeah? The easiest line is pawn takes, a discovered check, and after king g1, there's more to it, because there is rook h1 check, queen h3 check, and checkmate on h2. So even some tactical options for black. So he had to take with the rook, after which c4, and queen d1 check. So that's why it's bad. So rook had to leave the first rank. So it's a check and queen d3. At the moment the queens are coming off, perhaps you know, White's position starts to fall apart. He's not coordinated enough. And especially you can't take on d3 because the knight on e2 is simply trapped. Yeah, that's an ironic picture. I mean, you trade and then, yeah,
you can't do
anything. The knight's trapped. So it's kind of answers our question, which knight was better, e2 or h5, yeah?
Yeah. That's strange. I mean, it's White's camp and it's trapped. It's
yeah. Okay, so he goes queen f2. Now h4 is hanging, f7 is hanging. But I would guess that one of the ways to play it is actually to take on e4. Give f7, go here. Then go to c7. I mean, if you have the time to play king c7 next move, you're probably winning. And just look at how miserable this knight on e2 is once again. I mean, it's attacked and you basically you don't know how to defend it. Probably you'll have to play something like queen f3, asking for a queen trade, which leads to perhaps inferior endgame. But yeah, we'll see. Queen d3, queen f2, yeah. And Wesley is to move.
And it is suggested that the evaluation is about -4 for black.
-4? That's quite a bit. And what's the move? I mean, if you have the evaluation, what's the move? Takes on e4?
So the move was actually queen takes f... Wait, hang on. This was before.
Queen e4, yeah,
f6.
queen e4. Was f6. f6, king f7. Oh, okay, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. I even briefly thought of it, but didn't believe really. So f6, and if the pawn takes, I mean, you can actually take with the knight, but I think it might be that you go kind of
knight h takes.
Knight h takes. Now king f7, queen f5. You're right. Yeah, knight h takes simply. Yeah, knight h takes. The whole point being that the thing's starting to fall apart, right? e4 will fall, and rook g8, queen e4 is a threat. But I think even the way he played, like queen e4, this should be good for black. Queen takes f7. I don't think we'll have to wait long before black makes a move, which is the only legal move in the position, right? Queen f7, king d8, and back to f3. Okay, all played. So now, if you trade though, okay, maybe it dropped part of black's advantage, now that I'm thinking. Because if you trade, the g-pawn survives, right? And it's passed pawn. It's an endgame and it's passed pawn. Unless you trade and go rook b5. Is that the line, Jesse? If you have the computer running, please tell me that you trade on f3 and go rook b5 as the... or nothing like this.
You do trade.
Yeah.
And then... Yes! Well done.
Trade, yeah. I mean, because first I thought knight b6, and it's probably not bad, but rook b5 is even better, because once again you're planning to take, and the knight will go to c5 perhaps. And then once again you want to take, put the rook on d3, and he cannot trade because of this stupid knight on e2. Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah. So yeah, Wesley has a chance, and then we absolutely have to check the other game, Predke and Shankland in the same pool, right? Because in Predke Shankland, the evaluation bar on our screen goes absolutely crazy, saying that Shankland is winning. I don't know if it's true. It's like no white color at all on this evaluation bar if you pay attention. Yeah, so shall we check what happens?
Let's do it.
Predke with Shankland. First of all, I'm curious what the move was after queen c2. After queen c2. He went f6, so in a way more ambitious. d4 and rook c8. Whoa. So greedy. e4, king f7, queen b3, d8, queen h3. Wow, queen h3, and he blundered this queen e2 entirely. That's a big blunder. Black simply picks up the second pawn, and what pawn? It's not an a2 pawn, it's an e4 pawn, which, I mean, just kind of cements everything. I mean, first of all, the bishop is attacked, right? Bishop a1, let's assume. Then black just captures this. So 2 pawns up.
So if one pawn,
yeah,
one
well,
pawn goes,
it's
all of
2
them go.
pawns up, and not only that, but after, say, rook e1, queen f5, like, white has no counterplay whatsoever. It's like black is winning in every single aspect of the game you can think of. And, well, perhaps even on king safety, if we are perfectly honest, because, yeah, the king is on f7, not kind of castle, but it's okay being on f7 if not a single square around you can be attacked by white. Yeah, so that's absolutely winning. So I think, you know, something has happened to the players after the FIDE. Like, people felt nervous, I believe, because, you know, not that many rounds left. You have to score. And also...
That's a lot of pressure, I
yeah, and
suppose.
also, you know, the fatigue kicks in. Even after the FIDE, yeah, but depends on how you spend your FIDE. I mean, can you absolutely kind of stay away from the game, kind of stand by and I don't know, enjoy your FIDE? No, perhaps you start preparing, you start thinking about what to do. Only 2 rounds left. Should win 2 out of 2, should not lose. I don't know what thoughts going through your mind. But yeah, that's a lot of stress. Yeah, that's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
And for Predke, for instance, he started very well, right? He then lost to, whom he lost to? MVL himself, yeah. So he won against MVL, he lost to MVL before the FIDE, and now I think he's absolutely done. The queen e2. It's really, really hard to find even the way to fight with white. I'm not even sure what the move is, really. Like b2, bishop is here. Maybe you gotta try to come up with something. I don't even see anything crazy. I want to say, like, take h7, let black take the bishop and go from there. But queen h7, rook h8, you resign immediately, right? Simply no move.
Yeah. I mean, the best move here is queen b3.
But then queen e4, right?
Yeah.
Queen back to b3 is perhaps is the best move, but that's the move that won't be played because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, queen e4 and yeah, rook e1, queen d5 once again. The importance of this e-pawn wasn't only the pawn itself, but the fact that it was covering d5 and f5. Yeah, so that there's nothing to discuss. This is winning for Sam, and yeah, and it could be. Look, it could be that both American players winning today with black. Wesley is much better against MVL. Shankland is much better against Predke. And what's the pairing last round? Is it Shankland Wesley? No, it can't be. No, can't be because Predke MVL already played twice. Yeah, so they'll swap the opponents.
Yeah, so Predke played MVL.
Yeah.
And,
so Predke will.
Shankland played Wesley. Yeah.
Yeah. So Predke will face Wesley Saw with black, and Shankland will have white against MVL. Yeah. All right, so let's move on. Let's check something, and let's maybe have a quick break if nothing looks like it will be over in 5 minutes. Aron and Yesipenko finished, right? And so did Vityugov and Giri, but that's it.
Giri,
yeah, that's it. Naka and Oparin. Let's check Naka and Oparin one more time before making a little pause. Yeah. So what happens here is move 25. Oparin did win the pawn back, but it's a funny pawn. Remember I was talking how sometimes extravagant those lines look. And how did the queen ended up on h1? with white rook being alive, right? If you see that in the middle game, black queen is on h1, apparently it took the rook there, right? That's about the only way it can get to h1. But in reality, you see, I mean, both rooks are alive, and yet the queen is still on h1. So after queen a7, bishop a8 was played, modest but perhaps good enough move. Rook b3, rook to d8. Now you have to take care about your back rank, so rook back to d3, c8, rook d4, e5, rook d2 takes on h4. And the balance is restored, g3. And according to machine, queen e4 was somewhat better. I don't know, once again, what kind of machine this thing uses. As I said, I don't have the current move suggestion, but I have little notes popping up in the text of a game. According to this machine, queen h1 leads to a slightly better position for white.
Oh, wow.
Believe it or not, I don't know.
Probably with the just light bishop and so on.
And queen e4 was, for some reason, to be preferred. But what's even the move after queen h1? I'm not sure. Okay, how about rook d8? And what? And nothing, yeah? King h7. Is king h7 an option?
Rook d8, rook takes d8.
Yeah. So if rook takes d8,
King
rook
h7.
takes d8, king h7, there are questions.
And then
Wow.
I
Look,
don't know.
for the moment, for a short period of time, I thought that queen f7 is strong. With queen f5 ideas and so on. But that's about the most perverted tactic I've ever seen. It's queen f1 check, and I've never seen a checkmate like this. I mean, okay, there are checkmates like this, but
Yes.
queen was never taking from h1. I mean, that's the point. I can hardly imagine queen taking from h1 in such, like queen h3, like, and also the king has to be on g1. That would be a very common pattern. Like you take on f1.
Very interesting way of,
like, and here, and you don't even realize that g2 is under control before it is, right? And kind of to swap the moves order would actually work for white perfectly. Rook c1, king d2, and then queen f5 is a threat. So queen f7 is not possible. Queen takes a8 is possible though, and then I don't know what it is. Check on c1. No, nothing. Never mind. Yeah, rook c1 might still work, but never mind. The move wasn't played, but for some reason it got updated and everything was ruined. Okay, so what do we do? Maybe take a short pause, come back in like 10 minutes, and then stay till the end of the time control, which is less than an hour from now. Yeah.
Sounds good.
So 2 results so far: draw for Vidit and Giri, and a win, an easy walk. Let's be honest, for Ronin against Yesipenko. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
All right.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
Okay, and here we are, back at round 5 of Berlin Grand Prix. Yeah. At least no games finished during the break, Jesse, so some good news.
That's really good. And I think that World Chess actually got their first ever raid on Twitch, which
okay.
is incredible. Yeah, and it was quite a big raid as well.
From you?
From the amazing... No, I wish. From Ellen Nielsen. Thank you, Ellen.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so the game we have on the screen is MWL's game against Wesley Saul. And I have to say I'm lost a little bit because, well, the evaluation bar and, you know, the computer notes, they say black is better. But the more I look at it, the less I understand why. Because h4 pawn is hanging. And if we lose h4 pawn, all of a sudden it starts to look somewhat dangerous. I mean, 2 connected passed pawns for white. Yeah, I understand black also has kind of massive pawns in the center, but, you know, 2 pawns with bishops, with the bishop. Yeah, okay. So what do we do about bishop takes h4? Now, black is to move, and like I could... One of the things I could think of was knight f8 to at least block the pawn safely. So knight is on g6, knight on h5, kind of stopping any pawn's advance. But white goes back, and then maybe rook h3 happens at some point. So I'm still not convinced it's such a great position as computer is trying to suggest. That perhaps one of the tense games that are still kind of undecided in a way, even though we know something that Wesley at some point was almost winning, if not winning. But now it seems less clear. By the way, more results are coming. I think Dominguez and Mamedyarov are about to make a draw. And Predke is absolutely lost against Shankland, but no news there. No news there.
So just to let everyone know about Dominguez and Mamedyarov, they both have 4 pawns and a rook on the board.
Yeah, everything simplified, right?
Yes.
Shall we move to some game where there is a time deficit? Like Dominguez, I would suspect of having not enough time. You know, who else? Kema might be in a time trouble. So, okay, let's quickly check Dominguez. And okay. A bit surprised, to be honest. There was a moment after rook c3. Yeah, here I wasn't sure. Why don't you play a4? Oops. Over here, like why don't you play a4? I thought that was the easiest way. Just play a4 and try to say that at least maybe b4 is what he was afraid of, and then if you go after a pawn, then maybe b pawn is very dangerous. Because like when he went rook d2 and this happened, rook c4, and at least this 2 versus 1 kept on the board. Yeah, I understand it's still a draw, but when the rook gets to a4, you know, white is somewhat limited in active possibilities. I mean, it's still a draw by a huge margin, so we shouldn't really concentrate much on this game, but still, like, I'm a little bit surprised that exactly this was chosen by Dominguez and not something else. And like, for instance, if you start giving checks, I guess black is not repeating. Black is going king f7. If you give one more check, king e6. And if you take, it's rook a4, rook takes a2. And black is faster, or at least it would seem, that black is faster. Like takes a2, and then those pawns are running much faster than white pawns do.
Indeed. You think he'll play on here?
Whom? Mamedyarov. Yeah, he has all the reasons to.
Yeah.
Why not? It's move 31. So if they wanted to offer a draw, one of them, they already could. And either it wasn't offered or it was not accepted. But yeah, I mean, it's clear black is decide to choose if you pick between the two. It's not like black is better or, I mean, more active. Rook a4 and then at least has some plan of pushing those pawns forward. Yeah, it's a draw, but still it's white who has to be somewhat careful. I suggest we check the other game in the group, which is much sharper and much more entertaining. Dubov against Kema. At some point I was claiming Dubov has to repeat the moves, but he didn't. And he instead keeps playing. Now gonna have 4 pawns for the piece, and actually might have some winning chances, I'm guessing. That's the current position with white to move. White can take on b5, and that's what he does, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so yeah.
It's an unpleasant position to face. It's an unpleasant position. So it's 4 pawns, and so that means the endgames are bad, specifically if no rooks on the board. I mean, strangely, like after, say, queen d7 for black, right? Oh, okay, black actually plays g6. So after queen d7, you don't want to trade the queens, because starts moving this g pawn. Okay, anyway, g6 check here. Let me somehow trade the queens. No, but then I'll drop the e7 bit. No, I don't know. Since it doesn't let me play queen d7 there, I'm not analyzing this. I mean, this position, like with rooks, black somehow organizes counterplay thanks to bishop c5, rook d2 ideas, or if you push the pawn, then bishop f6. The moment the pawns are, I mean, it looks like they're running somewhere, but in fact they're only becoming targets. Rook d2 and bishop d4, you know, rook behind one of the pawns. So I believe black should be holding there. The thing is, he would keep the queens, and it's always kind of annoying a little bit. And if you trade the rooks, say, okay, h4, and let's imagine black exchanges the rooks. This is a bad position because, once again, with queens it's much easier to protect all the pawns, like f2 and your passed pawns at the same time. Yeah, you have a lot of checks, so queen can be easily remaneuvered here or there. And if the queens come off, it's very likely that white is just winning with 4 pawns against the bishop. So it's not a pleasant position to play. And then Dubov perhaps should be praised for his decision to continue to play on. He was, after rook b6, he went with a check and bishop c2. Black had to play c5 to be able to block with c4, queen h3, and now I think he made a mistake. Okay. The queen h3, yeah, that same thing all the time. Anyway, after queen h3, he should have played something different, and now computer might claim that it's still equal, and it might be with the absolutely perfect moves, but the human nature is that we are not finding perfect moves. What we can do is kind of follow the patterns and so on, and all the patterns are very, very unpleasant for black. Bishop f6, yeah, but then your king's cut. Once again, you're not allowed to trade the rooks. Rook b6, though, is an idea, yeah? h4, wait a second, h4, if rook b6, queen e4 will happen now, okay. Queen e4 attacking g6, and then rook e2 protecting b2. Yeah, it's an annoying position, especially considering the fact that black is playing on seconds. And that's what Vincent is doing. And also, you when you're on seconds, you don't have the time to consider what is kind of what's your objectives are in this position. Do you trade the queens? What do you do? So now he went queen d7. I reckon white will not exchange the queens, like go queen e4 or something, queen f3 maybe.
F3 as well.
Yeah, he goes queen f3, right? He just made a very long move back with the queen. That much I have seen. Yeah, queen f3 to potentially just lift the rook to e4, g4, king g2. And it's much harder with that specific pieces on the board. It's much harder for black to organize counterplay, because it's kind of enough potential for a mating attack if you're getting too ambitious grabbing the pawns. Like if you go rook d2, if you leave the king with all the pieces, then white is still able to checkmate. h5 is one idea, or just go king g2. Maybe king g2 is the most practical, because you wouldn't mind king on g2 anyway for potential endgames and stuff.
Indeed.
Yeah, very hard.
And chat is saying that, Cameron's being punished for being low on time, but not at all. They have 5 moves until time control, and he's done it before. It's not the first time he's in time trouble like this.
Yeah. But he sort of misplayed it. I have to mention. Yeah, but also Dubov, for one thing, he really deserves the praise for like creativity and fighting spirit, right? When I thought it was just the time to accept the draw, he found a way to continue. Objectively, it was not good, but black had to find all the best moves, which he failed to. Okay, king g2 played. King g2 played. And yeah, for Dubov, I think this the method here is to not to change much in this position for the next moves, just to, hope for Kama to blunder something and not to push too much. Yeah, and then keep the okay. That's already very interesting. Queen to f5. Yeah. It changes quite a bit, right? Because
now you have a passed h pawn. And
you have potentially 2 passed pawns if you trade. The drawback is that now you are probably forced to trade. You can try to give a check on b7, but then rook d7 happens, and then queen d5, and it's like, if you want to avoid trading the queens, you'll have to leave the long diagonal, and this is something you don't want to do. So you probably trade, and if you trade on f5, and yeah, that kind of improves black's chances of making a draw. Still not guarantees him a draw, but it improves the chances quite a bit. Predke lost to Shankland. We have one more result.
Yes, we do. And just to add to that, can we check out Yu Yang-Yi's game against?
It looks like Yu Yang-Yi is much better now, at least according to evaluation bar. Yeah.
Is this because of the weak king?
It is because of the mistake. White had to capture on c4. Instead, he took on d5, perhaps thinking it's the same thing. Like black would trade, I don't know, maybe in his mind, black was trading on c3 anyway. But there is rook d8. And after queen b3, queen goes to a8. And now queen f3 is a very serious threat, or queen g2, and then black will start taking stuff on the king side. And the king is weak indeed. And yeah, I'm not even sure what move do you play. You wish you could play rook c4, rook d4, but rook c4 runs into bishop e6. Rook c4 runs into bishop e6, and other than that, the pin on the d file is very annoying. Like, black's next move, if nothing happens, is queen f3. I think he terribly misplayed it once again. I mean, white was better at some point. Maybe it was kind of beyond human understanding how to achieve the advantage, but he shouldn't have let black have any chance of winning this game. So now it turns upside down once again, right? Funny thing would be if Evgenij wins and goes into the last round as the sole leader, because strangely he scored, I mean, maybe nothing strange, but he scored 0 points in Belgrade. He finished last in his group. So that means even if he wins the entire thing, he doesn't have enough points. He will be, at the very least, he will be behind Raport, which is for sure, right? And he will be behind Hikaru, whom I don't see taking the last place in the group. So it's a strange, it's a very strange setup. So that if Evgenij qualifies, he basically just makes situation for the others worse, but for him, obviously it's nice to win the event, obviously it's nice, I don't know, money prize and rating and so on, but in terms of qualification, in terms of qualification, his effort cannot be rewarded even if he wins the tournament.
Wow, that's kind of sad to think about. I mean, if he would have qualified for the candidates, I wonder if Ding Liren would have, sort of offered up his services to help be his second, for instance.
Mm-hmm. And you never been in the candidates. No, there was Van Hao and there was Ding Liren.
Indeed, but can we check out Wesley So's game?
Yeah, Wesley So against MVL. Yeah,
MVL.
Because H4 pawn is gone. H4 pawn is gone, and it's not really. Wait a second. What's going on at all? Knight F4, is Knight F4 a move? So now it's black to move. Is Knight F4 a move? Which... so what I want to do, I want to say Knight F4, some Knight to F4, I'm not even sure which one. And let's assume white trades. Then it's a funny situation where the H2 pawn is hanging. And... Rook F2 runs into Rook A1 checkmate, right? Bishop F2 runs into check, followed by Knight D3.
Ouch.
Knight D3, and it might be not the end because Rook E3, but you allow, you go King F5. And then the pawns are not moving. White cannot really unpin. So if you imagine white playing his next move, it's going to be Rook E2, Rook E3, Rook E2, Rook E3.
Yeah, and black is probably just pushing the D pawn, trying to get that pass pawn over there, and then going C3, C2.
So you can actually, I know, E4 will allow G6. Yeah, you just go D5, you go D4, and probably you win. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the attempts. Just to go to F4. Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you can just start by going D5. Maybe you can start by going D5 and then see what happens. So it's still very unpleasant for white to play.
Indeed. And we're battling bots in chat right now because all they can spam is Hikaru game.
Hikaru game. Let's.
And there is another draw, and we have a result between Dominguez and Mamedyarov, which is a draw.
Yeah, no big surprise here indeed. Dubov and Kema now is the game. In this pool. Interestingly, we have how many? 4 results. Yeah, but not a single pool finished competing today. So it's each from one from each pool. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's often that we saw, I think, just from the previous rounds, that one pool would finish at a time pretty much, or like 2 from the same pool at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So what do? We are left with 4 games. Naka game was a lot of requests for, right? And we will not listen to the chat. We will look at Oparin's game instead.
Okay.
And that's the one. That's the one. It's a reminder that Aronian has already won. Yeah. Aronian has already won against Yesipenko. Nakamura against Oparin. Naka somehow managed to win a pawn. Wonder if he's going to win the game, but he's a pawn up. Queen e5. Okay. Queen e5 stops bishop d3. I'm not sure if white wanted bishop d3, but now he cannot do. Because then this check happens and you probably drop the f3 pawn or just have to accept a draw like this. Or maybe pawn can be taken anyway, but that would need some calculation. Naka plays f4 relatively quickly.
Yeah.
f4. So what do you do? Perhaps queen e4. No, queen e4 allows bishop g. Yeah, it's a tricky position. So I'm tempted to say that there shouldn't be too much of a problem, simply because like e-pawn should not matter all that much. So if we look at, at the board by segments, queen side, king side, and the center, right? So on the queen side, white has 2 versus 1, so potentially 1 passed pawn. Black already has a passed pawn on the king side, so it's g and h pawns against the f4 pawn. So h pawn's already passed, so that seems to be compensating for each other. And then in the center, white has this e pawn, which is not running anywhere so far. So my logic is, if, let's say, all the pieces stay on the board and sides start moving their respective majorities, like white starts with a4, b4, tries to get the passed pawn rolling, black will push the h pawn, and it should compensate for kind of those factors should compensate each other. But maybe somehow this e pawn can be used. Look now, for instance, I'm not sure what exactly the move is. You can try, and probably should try, bishop d3 to exchange some pieces, but then black goes with a check and starts pushing the h pawn somewhere. Probably good enough for a draw, really. It's a very important game once again. Oparin, I don't think he can win this. No, I don't think there is a chance that black wins this. So in case of any other result, namely Naka winning or Oparin making a draw, we'll have 2 leaders going to the last round. It'll be Aronian, who won against Yesipenko, and either Naka or Oparin, depending on this last result in this pool. So we have this, which is move 38, and no doubt the time control will be made. This actually might be a long game, this one. This might be a long game because, yeah, Naka will keep looking for chances, and who wouldn't? And, yeah, they'll make it to the time control, and they'll play on. All the rest, I think all the rest might finish relatively quickly.
I think so. And so they are on, is it move 27?
Where?
No, we were looking at Oparin.
It's 38.
Versus...
It's 38. It's the time control already. I mean,
Am I looking at the wrong live board?
Which
Goodness
one?
me.
Which one are you looking at?
Oh,
Nakamura
finally it
it's
updated.
38.
I was wondering why. I was wondering why it wasn't updating. Okay, that's perfect. Okay.
Yeah, it's move 38. Then...
So, shall we check out Taba?
Yeah.
But we already did, I know, but
Yeah,
it's move 32.
let's see. Taba Yu Yang Yi is probably our next result.
Yes.
probably
so
our
they're
next
the only ones who
result.
haven't made time control just as yet. We're considering the 38 moves time control already. Yeah.
So queen h1. Aha, that's interesting. Queen h1, rook c5. So he's hoping for black to move the queen, and then he's gonna go rook d5. Perhaps that's the point. Or if you take h2, he's gonna go rook d5. Yeah, so black has to. What's going on the live board? I mean, some mess, right? So it kind of replays the game, what has happened in the game. Okay.
Yeah, we have 33 and rook c5
Rook
is played
c5,
right
yeah,
now.
to block with rook d5.
2 minutes.
To block with rook d5. Like, for instance, after queen f1, you probably should try to block with rook d5. Okay, that's a big question, by the way. Does he hold after?
Oh, that's exactly what he played there.
He did play queen f1.
Yeah, was funny.
Queen f1, rook d5, and my only question is, wait a second, and then is it this simply? Rook c8 and queen e2 is the threat. Yeah, I feel like white should be falling apart somehow. He did play rook d5, rook c8, yes, but then rook c5 is probably a try white has to go for. And then you take on c5, take on f2 at the very least. Which might not be as simple as it looks. Might not be as simple as it looks. No, he went for something else. He actually went for something else, it seems. Well, they're repeating. Hang on. They've repeated a couple of times. Rook d8, rook d5, rook c8, rook c5.
Okay, that is actually quite a few
Will
times.
it be a repetition? That's always intriguing, because we sitting at seeing the computer evaluation, we know black is better, but at the game,
does he know?
Does he know? Does he realize? Is he willing to take risk? Because the alternative I can immediately see is to take on c5, and take on f2. So black obviously is not risking much, but is he sure he's going to win? Wait, you can give a check and give this check. So everything falls with a check. Now it makes sense. Yeah, and then you just take g3 and you control b8, so a7 is alive for now. And then your h pawn should conclude the game. Yeah, so probably this is a winning line. Trade on c5 and then trade on c5, take this guy. Maybe king d3, who knows? Maybe king d3 is not lost yet. Maybe that's what you do.
Oh. Even in this position, okay, they didn't repeat.
Yeah. He captured on c5. He captures f2. Yeah, you probably should go for. He probably should go for king. For what's that? King d3. Otherwise, it seems to be just too much. But that's one tricky position, huh? And Yuan Yi, I mean, he seemingly misplayed the opening so much, and I would argue should have been punished, but WTB, interestingly, he played, the way he played the opening, like sacrificing a pawn, and seems like he was going for this idea of not letting black castle and so on and so on. And then all of a sudden he completely changed the mood and he went to take this d5 pawn, which was perhaps a big mistake. And also it's kind of, half of the game you play aggressively, and then you completely switching to trying to be solid at the very least. Yeah, king d3 on a board.
Yeah, so he definitely was showing well, I mean, we saw that he was slightly better after Queen A5 and King E2 and all the rest. And then I think we saw Knight C6 and the bishop took on C6. But instead there was actually F3 and it was attacking the knight on E4.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think that was a little bit better.
Yeah, F3
but
was...
obviously looking at the position and not being the one playing and being that strong as well, it's different.
Okay. Yeah, I was surprised that he stood up, Tabata Bay, because it's move 39 and sometimes, Whoa, what's that?
What just happened?
What just happened? I don't know. Some strange. I mean, I didn't touch it, but that's. It cannot be that all that has happened. I mean, it must have been some glitch. No,
I don't think this is the position.
That's some glitch. That is some glitch. No, okay. I mean, we have to go to some other game, because that's.
Okay, sure.
I don't even know how it happens. I mean, it was some line which randomly appeared. Yeah, you see, now it shows this. I mean, I don't know where it comes from even. I could understand if this would be the line I was kind of analyzing and then it would pop up, But where this comes from, I have no clue whatsoever. Still, I mean, how many years I'm being chess professional? Okay, let's put it mildly. Let's say 20. In reality, it's probably more, but it's like professional being 26 plus Grandmaster, right? And yet I'm to understand how this software works.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay, but I feel like today today you used a car key to try and open a garage door. So there's a lot that technology, I think, it goes over my head, and maybe we can't say that chess and technology are the same.
Yeah. Well, no, but really, I mean, I feel so silly looking at this position. Maybe it's going to fix itself when Evgenij is going to make the move. Yeah, so one more time, the real position is this one after King D3. Yeah, okay, maybe I'll be doing it this way.
Yeah.
And imagine now, as I said, there was some guest from the future who shown us all the moves, and then blah, 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 and all that happens.
Wow.
That'd be funny to watch.
Yeah, tomorrow's analysis is definitely going to be something worth watching. I mean, it won't only be you, but it'll also be Vidit Gujarati who will be joining the stream tomorrow. So don't forget to be here tomorrow the same time, guys.
Queen takes
I hope you're looking forward to
H2.
that.
Look, Queen takes H2 played. So first move in this direction. No, really. I mean, what was that? I'd be so surprised if it would actually work. That'd be absolutely. So I mean, not like work, but if it would appear on the screen, the line that somehow miraculously appeared.
Did it happen to all the games?
Really?
No, I'm asking.
No, I don't know.
Let me refresh.
You mean, like, could it be that we are having some lag of some sort?
It must be, because I'm not seeing.
No, but also
this
on the
position
camera,
on board.
look, on the camera, he captured on H2 just now.
Okay.
So it mustn't be this. Yeah, Queen H2 was the last move.
Oh.
And it keeps showing me this line with, yeah, perhaps this is what's going to happen. Queen H2, Queen A7, and then.
Yeah.
So it was, in fact, the guest from the future, and they are inevitably getting this position on the board.
Oh no.
And imagine now Evgenij, since it's move 41, Jesse, imagine Evgenij is thinking for 20 minutes. And then all this line happens. That would be mysterious, really.
Yeah. Okay, well, he we'll then have to play, as you mentioned, was it queen e2?
Yeah, queen e2,
Queen
king
e2.
c3 over king d4 for some reason. But there might be a reason, because king d4, queen b2, and then the bishop joins. So king c3 might be needed. Yeah. Okay, I believe this has to be declared winning for black, especially if it ends up being the line that was shown, right? I believe it was this line, and then wait a second, there were more checks, and finally black capturing on g3. So point being, I think, yeah, first of all, queen d6 is sort of a threat, right? So you can't, for instance, capture on f7 because queen d6 and you lose the knight. And if you do something else, like say queen c7, black is very happy to sack the bishop for this pawn remaining and then just run with 3 passes. The king is way too far.
Yeah.
Is today, like black winning a lot of games today. Hang on. Shankland has won already, right?
Yes. There aren't any other results yet.
Then, wait a second. Wesley Saw is
After
much
that.
better. And also Tabata Bay is losing, it seems. But yeah, let's switch to something else, because, I mean, this mystery of queen e2 check, and then this line all the time popping on a screen, which was not yet played. It makes me nervous. Yeah, makes me nervous. Wesley and Maxime, what happens there? I think those guys made time control quite some time ago, right?
Yeah, it's 44 moves that they've played.
Mm-hmm.
And Operan, or Hikaru Nakamura and Gregory Operan just made 41 moves.
Mm-hmm. Right, so black has won a pawn. Black has won a pawn. And interestingly, it seems white was kind of forced to go for it. White was kind of forced to go for it. So last white's move before this position was g6. So perhaps some sort of, rook a2, king f3, knight d3 mating net was what he was avoiding. So the king apparently was in a big danger of getting checkmated. So otherwise, why would you go g6? g6, knight g6, rook g7 is what MVL does. So now you go king f5, I guess, right? And perhaps h5 is the plan. Then you go here, and the pawn can be stopped like this if you go h6. So the pawn is not running too far. It gets to h5, but what's then? I've noticed it's not for the first time for MVL. Very often, like when it goes bad, when the game goes bad for him, he speeds up at the very end, kind of, and sometimes misses chances. Like, I'm not sure if he missed something here, but it's clear that he's not spending time wisely, right? Why would you need 42 minutes? You've reached time control already a few moves ago and barely spent any time since then. Okay, maybe he has everything calculated. That's another story, of course, yeah. But yeah, Wesley goes king f5, yeah.
Check.
Wesley goes king f5. I guess h5 is what you do. Maybe you give no, check doesn't make any sense, right?
I thought check was better, actually. Rook a2 check. King...
Which moment? Here, to give
right, it was before this.
Yeah, you could give a check to force the king to the first rank, but maybe you don't care much, because you can... I mean, the fact that you go knight e5 and still you have this check any time, and also you have knight g4 after knight e5, so maybe that's the benefit of not checking on a2. So you go knight e5 and then, if h6, then knight g4 is there.
Okay, there's another check there, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And this bishop is just hanging out.
Yeah, the bishop is strangely bad. It's like you would...
You'd think that it has a lot of range and that
Absolutely.
it's strong.
Yeah, okay, bishop d4 is something to consider.
Yeah.
But then... Yeah, look, like bishop d4, but then you're entering the other lost position, kind of rook h1. And what do you do? I mean, if you take on e5, it's d5, and it's this typical rook endgame where black has, rook behind opponent's passed pawn and has two connected passed pawns himself. So you won't have a chance with white. No, not that you're not making a draw. You don't have a chance to make a draw. It's kind of automatically winning. You just go king e4, and slowly but surely those pawns march forward.
Indeed.
Yes, it'll be a second win for black, and then potentially what? Yu Yangyi third, and Keima is Keima? No, Keima doesn't have a chance. No, we've figured out Keima won't win. H6.
Unfortunately.
Wait a second.
I mean, had he held it against who was it that he played Mamedyarov yesterday? There was a chance
Keima?
for Keimo, yeah. Or at least to qualify for like tie breaks or semi-finals.
Before Mamedyarov's game, he was
yes.
now if he wins, if he wins against Dubov, I don't think he can win because of the position, right? But other than that, if he would have won, it would be a three-way tie. They would kick poor Dubov, like everyone would be in plus against Dubov. And that'd be +1 for Keima, Dominguez, and Mamedyarov, all thanks to winning against Dubov. That'd be really messed up. Alrighty, after h6, so MVL actually does play h6. Can someone explain what's the actual point is? Knight g4, the point is that you take king g4 and you go king g2, right? That's the only reason.
So,
yeah, but I can't believe it works. Can't believe it works.
Does it?
Yeah, I mean bishop d4 and so on, right?
And f3.
f3 now, so that king h2 has to be played.
Then
and then you just go here, right?
Ooh, yes.
Perhaps
And then
just planning this.
h7.
No, wait a
Yes.
second. But bishop d4,
f2.
f2, king g2 now.
Oh.
Rook f8,
And rook f8?
king f1,
Oh.
and then you go
so
here, and
Yes,
here,
and then
and
rook
here,
a8.
or e8 or
Oh.
a8. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And bishop f2,
We solved it.
and you
Never
can
mind.
finally go and take on h7. So this is winning,
Yes.
and this is not all that complicated.
That was more of a yay, oh, yay, oh.
Right, but you just have to consider knight g4. Alternatively, I'm guessing, could this be that rook h1 wins without all of the hassle? Yes, you allow h7, but no, wait, then you go with a check, but that's kind of less clear, right? King g2, check, king g1. This rook is constantly hanging, so you have to spend the tempo. I was thinking that knight f6, kind of rook h7 wins anyway, but perhaps you just have to sit there. It's you've got your increment after the time control and try to calculate knight g4. Not only that, look, it's got to be more winning options. What if I give a check like this? Where the king's going? I think this one's even easier. Because you cannot allow me to go to h2, right? It's immediately over. So you have what? Yeah, like if you go here, king g3, and I'm threatening this. So the only move would be bishop g1, but then even, I don't know. Wait a second. Am I not stopping the h pawn still? Can you believe it? Like,
Rook
rook
a5?
Rook a5. Yes, you're right.
There's a check, but then maybe
Check.
king f3 or
No,
something.
but check king f3 and rook h5.
doesn't matter, yeah.
Rook a5, absolutely right. Yeah, rook a5. Yeah, so in fact it's got to be this knight g4 and okay, last guess. Knight g4. Could it be that he moves the king wherever he goes, and then after knight h6 he says your knight's badly placed, so I'll find something? Or you know what? Yeah, after this check, king f3 in fact. King f3. So now if you give a check, it's king g2 and the rook's attacked, right? Rook f1's an option. And if knight h6, yeah, if knight h6, I was thinking maybe one of the pawns drop, because yes, I understand black is supposedly winning, but for the time being, he's like his pieces are discoordinated quite a bit. But no check on the other hand. Yeah, maybe black just wins. Maybe black just wins this.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, how many games do we have?
We have 4 games
We have
left.
still 4 games left.
And I mean, Dubov was showing some, or probably is still maybe a lot better.
Dubov and Kama. Okay.
I
Let's see.
don't know about a lot better. Maybe.
Let's see. But that's this scenario we were talking
Yeah.
about. The queens came off, right? And rook and bishop against the rook is perhaps the best, kind of the best chance for black. So c5, and now you should be hoping for like bishop f6 and the bishop d4 and bishop f2 type of counterplay. If you're on time, you're on
Would
time.
it be a plan?
Uh-huh.
Would it be a plan to then try to give up one of the, or not give it up, but exchange a pawn for the black pawn on g6,
But
and then, yes?
yeah, but when exactly? Like after bishop f6?
No idea.
This is too early because I'll just take g3, right? So you probably wait
then
one
there's the
more
checkmate.
move, but which move?
Yeah.
I know, and also being placed this way, the pawns are not moving
C6.
too fast. Yeah, c6, but that's exactly what he's hoping for. He
Yeah,
goes
and then check
there,
and b5.
check, king goes, and b5 and bishop f2. And now it's a threat of a checkmate in one move. So you'll have to go there. I mean, that's the only way to stop it, right?
We can go f5,
f5, yeah, but then check.
and then move the king to f4.
But that's a checkmate in one, right?
As
Bishop
well.
g3.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. I saw that. I was just testing your tactics.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, but Kama seemingly found the way to put up a very, very strong defense. I mean, I'm not sure if he's, if there is nothing
Yeah.
for white, maybe there is still a chance. But yeah, the way he managed to organize his pieces looks very, very convincing.
Indeed, it
So
does.
after all, it'd probably be Dominguez and Mamedyarov, yeah, tied for the first and not playing each other in the last round, yeah.
Right, so shall we run and take a short break before these players finish their games? Unless you want to wait for one of the games to finish. Since
I mean, I'm
it's sort
not
of
sure.
on
Yeah,
the-
like
on the wall.
last visit
Yeah.
maybe to Tabatabae in Yuyangi,
Yeah.
and then that'd be it, right? Maybe last visit to
Yes, let's do
Tabatabae
it.
and Yuyangi. That's the kind of the only thing that worries me currently. Oops. Something happened. Sorry for that. What game I was mentioning? Tabatabae.
Tabatabae.
Yep, sure.
I have it up as well, and that's exactly what we saw. Okay, you don't have the current position, I don't think. Oh no, it isn't. This is
Queen e1, but
some
it is
other-
happening. I mean, how?
Is Queen e1?
Yeah.
No, I think it was Queen.
Queen e1.
D2 was
Queen
alive.
e1 on. Nothing. I think it was Queen e1. No.
Why does mine not update? Okay, I'm
I
sad.
don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
That's all right.
Mine,
okay.
as you can see, I mean, it updates into the future for some reason.
Oh, yes. No, they were saying they were going to rename your engine or the software that you're using Daniel Naroditsky, because he's always a prophet when it comes to these situations. Apparently, yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, one more time, what are results today? Aronian quickly winning against Yosipenko, spending almost no time to win this game, yet Predke blundering terribly against Shankland, and then draw for Vitigo and Giri, and eventually draw for Dominguez Mamedyarov. 4 results, and there will be more results to come, right? In terms of decisive games, you will win, right? That's what we expect him to do. So will win.
Will I win?
You mean like five decisive games? Maybe.
No, it was a play on, like, I was making a pun with the username. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You. Ah,
You.
yeah. No, but that's, yeah, it spells differently, but I don't know how to pronounce. Maybe
Yes.
it's Ju.
Yes, there's a specific pronunciation.
Yeah, okay. So the position is still, they didn't even reach the line that I've already predicted a long time ago. So let's go for a break then, right? Because it looked like a quick round, but it won't be. We have 4 games reaching the time control stage. Some of them are about to finish, but some of them full of life. So it will be... it will be a busy day in the office for us. So we'll take a short break. We'll come back in some 10 minutes and we'll stay till the end of the round. So it's round 5 of Berlin Grand Prix candidates. There was Berlin candidate. That's why I'm always saying it. Yeah.
Nice, yes.
Okay, stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Sounds good.
Hi, I'm Vidit Gujarati. I'm 27 years old, an international chess grandmaster from India. I'm also the brand ambassador for FIDE Online Arena. It's a place where you can play for online rating and online titles which can be recognized by FIDE officially. I feel chess is a sport which can be definitely played online, which other sports don't enjoy the luxury of. And the most important thing is that you can play from the comfort of your home, be it any time, against strong players all around the globe. And since the past 2 years, we have seen a boom in online chess. And be it for professional players or for people who have just started, I think it provides a great opportunity. In the next few months, I'll be streaming and playing games on the FIDE Online Arena. So be a part of it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up playing a game with each other. See you soon on the FIDE Online Arena.
You played very fast today in the opening. Did you know all this until certain point? Actually, until which point?
Yeah, I analyzed it some time ago, and I knew that this is a playable line. you know, especially in a situation where I have to try and win. And okay, I knew that c5 is losing.
So basically, this what you remembered, or you remembered a few more moves after?
No, I remember that c5 h5 is, I think, a very big assessment in white's favor. I remembered that black has to play bishop g7, and then I remembered the continuous line h5, knight h5, knight h7, knight f4, and some wild complications. But I was ready for it because I thought that maybe Andrei is not 100% familiar with it.
Andrei, was it like surprise this move h4 for you today?
Actually, I was surprised that I'm playing against Levon today. I thought that I'm playing against Hikaru. Yeah, and when I came, I was shocked. And with black pieces, I thought I'm playing with white against Hikaru. So this is the first moment when I was shocked. And after Levon played a3, I wanted to play at first bishop d6 and play this line. But after bishop f8, knight g5, g6, h4, I saw this, but I thought that after c5 it should be fine for me, but I didn't actually see how, but I just felt it should be fine. So it's not actually.
So, I mean, could you resist maybe a little bit better, I mean, to play bishop g7, what Levon suggested, and then take on h5? What did you calculate there?
Yeah, I didn't actually see bishop g7, just something wrong with me actually, so in this tournament.
Okay, Levon, what do you think now with winning after 4 rounds? Actually, the situation is changing. Have you seen the game between Hikaru now and Grigory?
I didn't really pay attention to it, but I mean, I think it really doesn't matter the result there because at least I mean, unless Grigory wins, I mean, the rest is acceptable, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow's round.
Yeah, and there was a free day, and I know that you have relatives living here in Berlin. How did you spend it? Did you have actually a chance to meet them these days?
Yeah, I visited my parents, my sister, had some relaxing time. I think it helped me to reset my mood.
Yeah. Okay. How did you spend your rest day? Preparing to Hikaru.
Yeah, I was preparing to Hikaru and just, spend it in my room, just in my bed.
Yeah. Okay. At least, is it the same color tomorrow? I'm just wondering, or you have to prepare again with a different one?
I will probably just have some rest.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments, and all the best in the next round. Nikita, Anish, the game finished in a draw, but it was interesting in the opening. There was some obviously theoretical battle. So who would like to start? What was happening?
Actually, nothing happened more or less because Anish was, as always, prepared very well, and I had to went onto some harmless line. I mean, after bishop g7 castle, I don't think white has anything interesting. Yeah, and probably later I had some opportunities here to push harder, but I wasn't able to find anything.
Anish, this move b6 you were discussing before the interview. What was about it?
Yeah, in general, just I mean, I wasn't sort of sure about this idea that he played. I once faced it against Salem, actually. I think it was exactly this order. It was very, very, very long time ago. But he played it very differently. He was playing it very ambitiously. And he took a lot of risks there. But Nikita's idea was just to castle. And then, I kind of transposed into Semislav that I looked at recently. It's almost identical. There's also this kind of position. And I was, I had options to try to sort of play more ambitiously in a sense that keep the bishop pair, but it is not very sound at the moment because my bishop was undeveloped on c8. But of course, in the long run, it was possible. So I thought the critical moment was when I played b6. I could have tried to keep the bishop, go queen e7, and then he has a choice to go bishop b3. Then I have b6, but then he has bishop a4. I was also thinking about some bishop d3, which looks very strange, but it does prevent b6 for now. So I was thinking about all that, and yeah, finally I thought maybe he's prepared, so I played it a bit more simple, and I didn't experience any problems to equalize. I don't know, maybe he could have somewhere, but I didn't see how exactly, and I think that even if white is a little better, it shouldn't be much, but I don't know, I have to check.
Yeah, but, I mean, you equalized at which point, do you think? After c5, basically, or before?
Well, once he took d0 rook c5, and then it's clear white has nothing at all. His last attempt to complicate position after c5 is to go h5. I think I can take gh probably after c5.
Yeah.
I thought just maybe gh. I didn't see. So I think by that point I'm fine. I mean, last moment when I thought maybe knight b8, maybe he can go bishop c4 first. So c5 there's d5, and if I go b5, bishop d3, a6, he has a move to try and do something. I don't know what. I mean, maybe I equalized already long before. It doesn't really matter. In general, I was not too concerned with position. I had such bad positions in this event before that this was not even close to that level of badness. So I thought, okay, we'll see. And finally, not much problems. But much more interesting will be how our group will finish, because it's very, very close. And tomorrow will be a very, very interesting round. It's very often the case that either there is firework very quickly, or if there is a lot of slow build-up, then everything, the combination comes at the end. And I think that that's the case in our group now, that tomorrow will be the big day, hopefully.
Did you have a chance to see the game, which is still played in your pool, and what do you think about it, actually?
It was very interesting, but I think it's not that relevant. No matter who wins that game, tomorrow will still be a decider, because nobody will be able to pull ahead more than half a point. But of course, I saw when I left, he played queen d4. I thought there was queen h2, knight d7, queen g1. I can play actually king e2, take everything on c1, knight f8. Looks like it's a draw, sort of. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, yeah, but I think it looks like queen h2 leads to a draw, probably. But I don't know. Very interesting game, very complicated.
Yeah. Do you think that it's possible, this scenario, when everybody has the same amount of points and you have to play the rapid, the tie breaks?
Yeah, actually, we'll see. Honestly, the only thing I wanted to add that I was thinking about it during the game, that today is Father's Day, yeah, because two derby of fathers, yes, me and Anish and Linier and Shah, yeah. As far as I know, other players so far have no kids, so you know.
That's cool. So my congratulations. as far as they know too, right?
You know that like it's like one of those things that nowadays, you know, there is some things that are either have happened or haven't, and there is literally nothing in between. It's like, but it happens a lot nowadays that, you know, somebody like was poisoned or maybe not, or like somebody died or maybe not, but or somebody has a child or maybe not, but there is that is or that. We're not in a quantum reality, so in that sense.
So we can be sure about something at least in this world.
I mean, I don't know, but a person is either a father or he's not. But yeah, me and Nikita, we are. I saw some good picture of Nikita with the thing in front. I don't dare to carry it. I was hoping that maybe Nikita doesn't have the time to prepare, but from my games against him, it looks like he still does. So it's a pity.
Congratulations on Father's Day, and the best of luck in the next round. Thank you. Okay, so Alexander, the action started right in the opening. You decided to sacrifice the pawn, and how was it going for you?
I folded position approximately equal, maybe, but I think that Sam played well, and maybe my move rook fd1 was a mistake because after bishop e7, e4, king f7, or maybe I don't remember position. Okay, after rook fd1, I don't have a pawn, and I felt that maybe I had to play d5 immediately or e5, and after the d5 without rook fd1, and I don't know. Position was very complicated, and I think I had to play exact, but I mistaked.
Okay, Sam, I mean, when you got this pawn and you decided to protect it, was it the only option at this moment?
No, when I played rook c8, I also have the option to play bishop d6, which I think is basically just a draw. I had calculated after bishop d6, take everything on c6, king d7, and I think rook c1 and just trade all the rooks as a draw. You can also go rook a6, and then I go rook a8, and I can start going rook fc8 and rook c2. So if he goes rook c1, I go rook fc8, rook c8, rook c8, rook a7. I lose the pawn, but I don't care, and I think that white should probably give a perpetual against like rook a7, rook a6 over and over or something. But I thought this was very close to a draw, and when I played rook c8, it was a bit more ambitious, and I was very surprised by rook fd1. I thought the best move was to play e4 actually, and then after bishop e7 to play d5 directly. And my plan was then to play c5 and to try to keep the position closed and try to go c4. And it's a huge mess. He can go e5, he can go d takes e6, he can go some rook to d1 to play d6, and it's extremely complicated. I don't know if I would have actually played c5. I just thought this is a huge mess, but you have to win at some point. And once rook fd1 came, as far as I can tell, black is a pawn up. I just didn't see anything after that. And of course, white doesn't have to just go queen b3, queen h3, lose the e4 pawn and completely lose. But like, I thought the best move for white instead of queen b3 was to play rook d3 and then a4. And I probably have to take on a3 because I can't let his queen sit on c4. It's just too annoying. And I think white is a bit worse, but he definitely has very reasonable drawing chances. But after queen b3 and queen h3, I think it's just gone.
Did you miss queen e2 move, we were guessing?
Yes, I tried to play faster, but the first fast move was a mistake, and I agree with Sam. After queen e2, white has just losing position.
And one more question about the opening choice of your opponent. Let's say, were you surprised a bit with it?
Yeah, of course. I had never seen b3 in this exact position. I'd actually played something sort of similar myself against John Burke in the US Championship some months ago, but I certainly didn't know what I was doing, and it actually, I'm sure the computer will just say black is equal no matter how he plays, but during the game I was thinking, and it was not so easy for me to figure out where to coordinate my pieces, and I didn't really want to ever try to play e5 because it just feels like I'm walking into preparation. So I came up with this plan to stick the bishop on d3, but once the position actually came, I was sort of worried about black's position at some point, but luckily I think I reacted reasonably well.
Yeah. How did you spend your free day yesterday? I mean, were you preparing the whole day or not really?
No, I took a really long walk, probably like 2 hours around the city, just trying to clear my head and get some outdoors time and fresh air, which was nice. And took a long walk. I had some sushi, but nothing too elaborate. Sadly, there was no football for this event.
Okay. Alexander, what about you?
I just walked with my girlfriend, and it's all that I did yesterday.
Okay. Thank you very much. All the best of luck for the last round. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, and immediately I have to pretend I'm reaching some square. I was trying to give Evgenij a hint on what to do, because I think he keeps giving checks. Now it's absolutely clear that this line that popped up on the screen was a glitch. I'm 100% sure. And I wonder what stops him. Okay, that was the position where I thought black had kind of a nice way to win. And this nice way would be take on g3, and then you probably take on f7, that's my point. Like if you move the queen elsewhere, I don't know. I mean, first of all, black gets a lot of checks, like with the bishop and so on. And second option, you can also capture on a6. You can just capture on a6, protect your pawns with a check, and I don't believe white can stop the h-pawn with knight being on a6, you know. So I thought critical would be queen f3, and then black, queen f7. Then black goes queen f3, you trade the queens. King c7, and it's not over, right? Because
knight
white
b7,
can
right?
block it, right? And then white is going forward. White's actually kind of first to promote, right? But you take.
Can you not?
Yeah,
oh
you take.
Gosh.
You go h2. Queen.
Yeah.
Queen.
You
queen. You trade on a8, and then you have the g pawn. Yeah.
Oh my
So
goodness
you're getting
me.
one more queen.
That's a lot.
Yeah. He didn't go for it. He went with some other checks, but still, I believe he's winning, and winning in different ways, kind of. So, like there is, for instance, there is bishop c6 move, after which
we should have someone tally how many Berlins were played in the Berlin.
How many Berlins were played in the Berlin?
In Berlin.
Like 4 maybe. I mean, I'm not sure. That there were Berlin endgames, there were anti-Berlins. I mean, if we count all, then it must have been 4. And kind of the real Berlin, which is the endgame, was only 1, if I'm not mistaken. MVL against Shankland. I think was the only game that reached the endgame. But yeah, I mean, people love it. Like the place, or sometimes like associated with the nation of like Vachier would only play the French defense, or MVL, right? They're only allowed to play the French defense against e4, for instance, right? Yeah. And then when I was in Belgrade, interestingly, not a lot of people knew that there is such thing as Belgrade Gambit. It's
Belgrade
not
Gambit.
Belgrade Gambit. There is such line, yeah. I mean, it's possible to Google, so I won't really disclose what the moves are. Still 4 games
spoilers.
though, yeah. Still 4 games. Here, well, Evgenij actually takes a lot of time to figure this out. So I'm wondering if it finds it problematic, or contrary, he feels like, I will win, no pressure, no worries, and like if I go down on time to like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, no big thing happening. Because, well, I think is by that point you could really settle up for something. But it feels like he's not happy with the options. It seems like he's not happy with the options. I don't know.
So there's a suggestion they should host a Grand Prix leg in Budapest. So that we can see the Budapest Gambit.
Budapest Gambit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, there is Hungarian variation for sure. I don't remember what it is. Okay. There is Hungarian defense, which is bishop e7 against bishop c4. Instead of like going for the Italian, you play bishop e7. That's Hungarian defense for sure.
We're yet to find out what a South African opening would look like.
I don't know. No, but really, I mean, most of the time, it would be either a group of players who would play the same line, coming from the same country, right? Or it would be like very, very early, because it would like a French defense. It has the name for centuries, right? Because it was played by, I think, was it a correspondence match or a telegraph match between Paris and London?
We have a result.
We have a result.
I just saw MVL versus Wesley So.
MVL against Wesley So. I think So had to win, but yeah, let's double check on this. Let's double check.
Wesley So has won.
Wesley So has won against MVL, so I wonder what... okay. So last position being... Yeah, so they've traded the rooks, MVL got the D pawn but lost the H pawn. And yeah, perhaps the trick is that he's losing the C pawn, or he loses to the F pawn if he goes King G2, right? King G2 runs into King E2, and then the F pawn goes forward. So as I said, a lot of wins for black. In this group, especially like two American players both won with the black pieces. It's So and Shankland, and then they're both in the lead. So one of them. So at the very least, we will have one American semi-finalist, because I think it's okay. Mathematically, still possible. They both lose tomorrow. It's once again a huge tie, and none of those qualificates from the tiebreak. But I don't think this will be the case. So games in play: Yi and Yi, Dubov and Keima, and Naka against Oparin.
Yeah.
So shall we check? Yeah, well, actually, both Dubov Keima and Naka against Oparin might be draws. So technically, I'm still not dubbing for this round. No, but there is how many? 3, Yu and Yi 4. Maybe I'm not dubbing for this round, but I have to dub for the previous round, one of the previous rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that it's big wins for the USA today.
Yeah.
And so far, USA has scored 3.5 to half, I think.
3.5. Wait a second. Am I
Aronian.
missing? Aronian. I keep to me, you know, like knowing Aronian
Okay, it was so long ago.
No, not that. But I mean,
right,
knowing
Armenia.
Aronian for played, I don't know, countless Olympiads for Armenia and so on, and still I do not kind of recall him being American. I mean, it's not. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that in my head he still represents Armenia. Okay. So there is this. Yu Yang keeps giving those checks. The G pawn somehow survived.
Yes.
The G pawn somehow survived, and he gave yet another check, Queen B2.
So how does he escape these checks? He goes King C4.
I mean, he doesn't need to. He's fine with black giving a perpetual check. Why would he? Honestly, I don't quite understand what Yu Yang is trying to achieve.
Right, yeah.
I don't understand what Yu Yang is trying to achieve. I mean, okay, it's a lot of checks. We all kind of get it. But yeah, what's the
King
what's the
C4.
point? I mean, you can give one more check on E2, forcing the king to go to D5, yeah?
Yeah.
And then, but then again, I mean, it goes there, and it will be around B6 and B6 and C6.
Do you think he's feeling a little bit under time pressure here? Or is it too much time to feel that right now?
The more he thinks, I mean, the more time pressure it's gonna be, right?
Is this 6 minutes based off the additional 30 minutes yet, or no?
Yeah, he has already spent his increment. Spent his increments. A bishop C6 here. Wait a second.
Appease the crowd.
Wait a second. What's that?
Oh.
So it's at Zugzwang he's trying to set up in the same way that I was looking for a Zugzwang with the king, I don't remember, on B4, but that's even better. Because it turns out white cannot take f7.
Because of bishop d5. No, because of queen a2.
Yeah, I mean, you can go queen a2, and that's winning. Queen a2, knight b3, you take and you win. But I think bishop b5 is even stronger because you force the king to d5, and then you win the queen.
A2.
Yeah. So this is not possible. And anything else would drop the knight, yeah? Unless, wait, queen e7 is possible. Queen e7 is possible. But then you do this. King d5 once again. You do this. And then the king can't go to e4. Can't go, well, e5 is the only square, right? And then you do this, and you pick this one with a check. And then, yeah, okay, so he probably just calculated everything till the end, it seems. Even though still, like queen e5, I would be still a bit nervous as long as I'm not taking the a6 pawn. And maybe queen e5, he doesn't trade. Maybe he goes queen g6 and then captures.
Why not take the knight and take the pawn and run with 3 pawns versus a knight?
But then the king is in a square, right? I mean, we were doing this with king being on c7, so that the knight has to jump back to stop the pawn. Then you move the other pawn, it will hit the knight, win more tempo. With king on e5, it might be winning, might be not, because the knight will return quickly to e4 and the king is in the square of the h-pawn. So it's far less clear. Anyway, it's far from being on the board just yet. So now it's Tabatabai to move, and he'll be the one thinking. But really, that's a very clever thing to do, because I mean, you probably don't move the king in such position, right? Pawns are not moving. The queen has literally one square not to lose immediately. It's e7, so that's one line. Queen c7, by the way, just loses the knight with a check. It's queen b5, king goes here, queen b4, and then doesn't matter where you go. Okay, you could go to d3, but I still take the knight. It's absolutely winning. So queen e7 is one move, or moving the knight is the other move, but moving the knight most likely means losing the knight. Like what can you do even? Like knight b3 maybe, and hope for it somehow to not to be dropped. Maybe knight b3 is what you do, yeah. Maybe knight b3. No, but honestly, I would probably I would probably take on g3 by then. I don't know why exactly he does this. Knight b3 on the board, yeah. Knight b3 on the board. No, really a bit surprising.
What to do against this?
What to do
apparently
against
there's
this?
been huge developments in the Nakamura Operin game as well, according to chat.
Yeah, of course. They made moves. So
They
there
did.
are huge developments. They've made moves. Okay, so Oparin and Nakamura. Yeah, we haven't looked at it for a while, right? It's a bishop sanding, extra pawn for Naka, and the king is running to stop the a pawn.
I mean, how glorious it would be to see another Nakamura Aronian tiebreak.
Tiebreak,
That'd be
but
quite interesting.
not for the final, but for
Rather for
for
it's the best we can
qualification.
get, right?
Yeah, that's the best we can get as soon as they appeared
Yeah.
in the same group. Yeah, exactly. So after king e7, a5 is the move, right? You probably take anyway, and then king d6, and now's the question where the bishop's going. Or maybe it's not so important. Say you go to e4. King goes there maybe. Or there. Not once again, not so important. Maybe king c5 is actually more clever. King c5, because I'm threatening something. So a6 is a must, yeah. And then, bishop d3. And black just waits, perhaps. Yeah, you go h3. It's a very simple draw, in fact. You go h3, and then you just wait, yeah. Or is it? Wait a second. King g3, you wait, and it's bishop f1, and what do you do? No. It was a little bit too optimistic of me, perhaps. This takes, and the f-pawn starts running, or maybe you had to run with the king. No, it will be the game. It's not an easy draw. It's not an easy draw. It looks like he could have achieved a draw if he would have gone here. At least that's... No, but that's nonsense, right? It's what the bot suggests. Bishop c8 exclamation mark was a draw according to the machine.
Exclam.
Yeah, because king f5 is a threat, right? And if bishop e4... If bishop okay, it's gone already.
Ouchies.
It's gone already. Yeah. Anyway,
At the live position.
maybe once again. Yeah, a check, king h5, and then you go to g4. Yeah, and check and back. Yeah, and
But what about?
like go
It
a4
doesn't
or
help.
what?
Maybe a4, and then if the king moves, then you just play f5.
f5, and yes, but then perhaps this is a draw. I'm just waiting like this. And I mean, on this diagonal, right?
Okay.
And then it's
Yeah.
not clear how white wins, because the
King
h-pawn
g2,
is... you get to h3, but then the h-pawn is still there. I mean, I'm just waiting. So if bishop if bishop d3 and a6, or maybe to phrase it this way, so whenever the pawn appears on a6, I'm taking. Right, whenever the pawn is on a6, I'm taking it. So perhaps that's how it's done. Yeah. Naka plays bishop e4 first, king d6. Okay. Now he's not actually rushed to play a5. Yeah, he can try to do something else. But what something else do you do? King g2 maybe. Look, there is also like this, and if bishop d1, you're actually not forced to go a5. You may go king h3, king h4,
And focus on the f-pawn.
yeah, and this is scary, perhaps winning. So you get to g5 no matter what. Get to g5, you get your pawn on f6, then you put the bishop on d5, you go with your king to d6. Yeah, this is winning. This is winning. So black will have kind of tough task. So after say, it's white to move, yeah? King g2, he can't go to d1, he can go to d7, obviously. And then the question is, does white have some way of forcing this line, forcing black to capture a4? He himself captures on h4 and transforms into this endgame. I don't know, but that sounds like a chance for Nakamura. And really, he happens to be quite a grinder then, right? I mean, won against Aronian, some longish endgame, and then yet again, it's like move 49 and still, still some work to do. But that's an incredibly important game. That's an incredibly important game for Nakamura. And then imagine last round, he will be against Yesipenko. Again, with the black pieces, same as in, right?
The last round, just before the tie breaks in semifinals, and all he needed that time was a draw, and he was completely lost, and somehow he saved the draw and went on. Did he make it? Yeah, he made it straight away into the semifinals.
Wait a second, he goes f5. Could it be that it's just
I think this is
just
better.
easier? Wait. So what's the trick is, if king goes there, does it mean that? Wait a second. A5 and black cannot take. Is that the case? Because if this is the case, then it's gone. So king e4, f6, threatening. Bishop here, a6. I don't care for bishop c4 because f-pawn will promote, right? So this, and he's on time. f7 by one tempo.
Jeez.
But that's immensely important, because if black cannot take the bishop here, That means he has to go back, and then you just go f6, I guess.
And just stop 2
And
pawns.
what do you do? Hang on a second. How do you win this? That's still tricky. I mean, unless you like win by force, but you don't, right? King c5. You can win the bishop, but not the game. So you'll have. Wait a second. A pawn's promoting. What am I talking about? Hang on. You cannot go king e5 at all. It turns out, yeah. The difference is that the bishop was attacked on c6, and therefore king d6 would stop the a pawn. Here you just go forward and go forward. Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Of course, yeah.
This
yeah.
would be 2 wins in a row for Hikaru. That is big. That is
f5,
big.
so
2
king
classical
e5. King
wins.
e5 is not possible. The bishop is misplaced all of a sudden, so that's why the bot was saying bishop c8 a few moves ago. Simply because after this f5, and that's a very nice move, the bishop happens to be kind of cut off a little bit from the a pawn. So you'll need to spend time to stop the a pawn, right? Like you're almost forced to go bishop d1, a5 takes, and bishop a4 for you to have this check on b5 if a6 is played. But then white simply goes king g2, king h3, takes it. I think black is just lost.
Yeah. Just keeping an
like a
eye.
very, very good point, did this f5 move. Ooh, okay. So Oparin down to his last 7 minutes. Yeah, of course. I mean, still enough time if we are fair. But yeah, Jesse, I feel like a bit of injustice. First event, there was an incredibly long round, but there was also an incredibly short round, one of them, where all the games finished in a kind of before the time control. Now it's 5 out of 6. It's 5 out of 6, and maybe tomorrow is happening. But yeah, for now it's 5 out of 6, and all we had like 5 hours each day. There's never been an easy day for us.
That's true. That's every day. Oh my goodness, we've been working long hours. And the worst part is I've been like struggling to get some sleep. So I've been a zombie for the past couple of days. Just been thinking like chess, streaming chess.
You
all
also
things.
stream in between commentary, right? Okay, so that's
Yes, I am. Yeah, and I was also commentating for a kids event yesterday. So no rest for the wicked.
That's a lot. The game that we didn't check for a long while, Dubov against Keima, at some point...
I have to tell you what I'm worried about, though.
Let me know.
Miro. I'm worried about the fact that there might be 5 decisive results again today.
Oh, really? Yeah, it could be. No, I mean, you shouldn't be worried, right, by that point.
Okay.
I don't know if those dubs kind of add up, or maybe it's a dub at the end, a dub at the end. I think it's a draw, right? They finished for sure. They finished.
Yes,
Dubov and
drew the
Keima.
game.
Yeah, they finished. It's a draw. Well defended by Vincent Keima at the end.
Yep. And so we're just waiting for Oparin to make a decision after the move f5. And shall we take a last look at Tabatabayev? Maybe not even the last look, but against Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah, sure.
That pawn on a7 is 1 square away from
really? The pawn is on
promotion.
a7? He allowed a7?
It is. Yeah, it made it to a7.
Yeah, I mean, I want to look at it. I mean, that's certainly not the way that I would be converting this position. Maybe he's right. Yeah. Maybe he calculated everything, but I would be exceptionally worried. So once again, it's Tabatabayev and Yu Yang Yi we want to see, right? While Dubov and Vincent being interviewed or whatever happens. But yeah, once again, I can't really switch to this one unless
that's all right.
Unless we switch with the camera, right?
Yeah. So hopefully we'll get a camera view of Tabatabayev and Yu Yang Yi, and then we can switch games. Yep. Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
So the pawn is on a7. The pawn is on a7. Okay. So he's very low on time. So how did... Wait a second. How did white survive at all after bishop c6? Knight b3, yeah. We told it, right? Knight b3, queen c2 check.
Yeah.
This, knight d4, queen c4, c3, and finally takes on g3. Okay. In fact, stronger was something else according to machine. Okay, but now with the pawn being on h3, queen f5 check g.
Yeah, and the last move made was g6.
Yeah, g6.
G6 makes sense.
G6, queen
And
f6.
queen f6.
Aha, G6,
Yes.
queen f6, and he wants a8, queen, followed by capture on f7, right?
Probably trying to find a... What happens here now? So queen
I don't
maybe
know by
goes
that point.
to b2.
Queen b2, king c5, and then your bishop is attacked, right? And somehow you have quite a few squares to control, because queen h4 is also kind of a threat, right?
So then how about you stop...
I mean, you can go
checks.
queen a2, but then once again queen h4. No, what I was thinking, can you actually pretend that there is no such thing as perpetual? Like, you go queen e4, stop h4, right?
Yeah.
8 queen, you capture it. Queen f7, and you go to f6, and don't you run away?
Probably. This is actually the best move, by the way. So this queen e4 move.
Yeah, centralization. Some things better decentralized, and queens are better centralized. Yeah.
Someone in chat says, his name is Evgenij, just like mine, not Miro.
Yeah.
Oh, hello in chat. Hello.
Yeah, queen
Let's see
f6.
what
Yeah, well,
else.
queen f6 may be a chance. So it's not that terrible. Queen e4, but that's the difference. You see, I mean, I have no responsibility whatsoever, so I can go with kind of common sense moves like, okay, let's centralize the queens. And in this specific position, it happens to work. Yeah, and like some people are like, wow, the best move. It's not that Yu Yang doesn't know that queen e4 is kind of a tempting move, one of the moves that you consider. But he is playing the game. The result is very important. And under this circumstance, you absolutely want to calculate everything. And sometimes, as in our game, it makes situation a bit worse because, yeah, somehow he couldn't really calculate it till the end. He gave his opponent some chances, I would argue. Maybe he'll manage still, but yeah, now it's about time you get nervous with black. He went, what, queen h1 or h... Ah, no, he went h2.
H2.
H2, okay, that's a big question now. That's a big question, because
Queen.
a8 obviously will be the move. You can't reply with h1 because one of the queens to h8 will be a checkmate. So you'll have to take queen f7, and the difference is that you control kind of less squares, right? You do know from e4 you would control some additional squares. Maybe it's still winning, I don't know. Maybe it's still winning, but let's imagine like queen f4 check, where do you go, right? I know there was queen g5, whatever. We are about to see what's going to happen. I don't think white has any...
and chat is also mentioning that we're about to see the last and final moments of the game between Nakamura and Operin as well. And they're hoping to catch the handshake, but it's up to you whether we stay on
let's
this
go.
game.
Let's go to Naka and Oparin. This game, game of Tabatabe and Yu Yang, should have been finished by now. And if it's not, then let's leave it as the last game.
Yeah.
Let's leave it as the last game.
And I also got a message. It says blunder by you.
Blunder by
I'm
you.
not sure if
H2. I don't know what kind of blunder that is. I mean, you do have some engine running, yeah. So you can potentially check. Yeah, I don't like H2. Honestly, I wouldn't play it. Unless spending half an hour making sure it's winning. I mean, I would not go by intuition, like I would not consider H2 to be the right move, because there is a threat, A8, Queen F7, and you probably have to react to the threat, but who knows. Okay, final moves in Naka game. What could it possibly be? Perhaps F7. Sorry, f6. Yeah, f7 would have been lovely. Yeah, just go. This pawn. I don't know if it ever went to f3. This pawn, because imagine you keep the double move, like new rules. So if you didn't go from second to fourth rank, you keep your right to overjump a square, kind of, to go on 2 squares with the pawn, but obviously it does not involve promotion. Like you cannot promote from f6. That's prohibited. But kind of going from f5 to f7 would be allowed. So that's another chess variant, which messes up things a lot once again.
Yeah, you should be able to give your pawn some Red Bull or something and have it fast forward all the way to the f8 square.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand how we make it. We can do this and this. So he stops it, and we go to d3, right? But how do we win in this case? Okay, he puts the bishop here, and he is waiting. Do we win? We probably don't, right? Or we do. Wait a second. I go here. He's waiting. King f4, and he's waiting again.
And the king marches up.
Yeah, like I mean, if we go to g5, it's h3, and we'll have to give up the a pawn. I mean, it might be still winning, of course.
Yeah, maybe like bishop f1 early, like queen.
Bishop f1 first. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can go to f1 and then you go to g5, and
that's all right.
f6 played. f6 played instead of a6, which is perfectly fine. And you actually don't have to move the a pawn yet, and that might be a very important point. So you go here, you go to d3 to prevent king b5, and you keep it on a5. And black can't really force you to move the a pawn to a6, because king b4, he's no longer in the square of this pawn, right? And then one of the pawn promotes, and otherwise, I mean, even if he gets to a7, he's not in the square. So this is how you win. Of course, you don't touch the a pawn. You just go f6, you go bishop d3, and that's, by the way, what's on the board. And I think this will be it. And then, nothing can stop you. And perhaps, once again, to illustrate how exactly white's winning. I mean, first of all, it's not clear how black stays. Like maybe king c5, king c6. Then you go to f1, then you go to f4, then you go to g5, and you attack the pawn. And when the pawn is moved, it's just taken. Bishop h3, because it's an illusion. Bishop from e6 does not protect the pawn on h3. Bishop d3, and this is it. It's a game for Naka.
And
a lot of results, really.
He's sitting back right now. Yeah, there are a lot of results. So he's busy sitting back, waiting for Operin to make a decision. Operin has 1 minute on the clock right now, so he doesn't have a lot of time. And I think this is the moment. You think we should have a bigger player cam just to see this moment?
Yeah, the moment of a handshake that everyone is everyone in the chat is waiting for. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go full screen on the players, right? No, not this one.
They changed.
No, give us back Naka and Oparin. What's going on? Yeah, much better. He still plays the move. Wait a second.
Plays king d6.
King d6.
And I think he's about to...
Wait a second.
Well, just to make sure he knows.
King d6. Maybe that is clever. Hang on.
So now...
Now, if I go...
So, what about bishop to e4?
Bishop to e4, king e6. No. Hang on a second.
King e6, right. And then a6.
Wait a second. If I start with a6, a6, king e6, a7, bishop d5. Wait a second. What's that? Turns out, after all, my a6 was a good move. At least it's kind of makes the pawn safe. Because, I wanted to avoid the situation where black kind of switches roles between the pieces, right? So now it looks like black will be in time to, to attack the f pawn with the king and the a pawn with the bishop. What's going on at all? Where's the win? Where's the win, everybody? So the problem is,
I don't understand.
King e6. Where's the win?
Yeah, no, King e6, and I'm not sure.
King e6, yeah. This. Wait a second. And then you're on time with this one. You're trying to say bishop f1. King goes, bishop g2, yeah.
Okay.
You get it to a7, yeah. You get it to a7, and then it's just,
Mind blown.
a6, so in fact, black has to go back, and then we already know what's going to happen. Yeah, king h3 is a threat, so bishop e6, king f3, king b6, bishop f1. And get the king.
I think with bishop
c4,
unfortunately, chat, is that the bishop just captures with check.
The pin, the nice thing, yeah. King e6, a7, bishop d5. Yeah, obviously you want to make this work, but the problem is that he captures with a check. Captures
I was also
with a
looking at that. Unfortunately, that would be a huge blunder. I would cry.
Okay, a7. But wait a second. Now a7 just wins, right? a7.
Could you not play bishop f5 first? Oh, but there's check on c4 again.
No, but a7 and... no, it's the same, right? King e6, it's the same. King e6, king g1. And what else? And he does go a7. Yeah, and if you try this, then f7 simply, right? Yeah, you're one tempo short. So a7 after bishop d5, 30 seconds for Oparin. Tabatabai, Yunan, by the way, are still playing, and now the computer showing equal.
Equal.
I mean, the evaluation bar. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but you misplayed it completely with this h2 move. Yeah, so let's wait for Oparin, king c7, f7, just f7. That's it. f7, and that's it. What? A8, yeah, A8 works. Okay, no problem. A8 rook. Okay.
Can we,
to show off a little bit.
We have to. We have to show that.
To show off a little bit, yeah. A8 rook, and it doesn't matter really. Okay, grats to Hikaru Nakamura. He equals in points with Levon Aronian after losing to Aronian, then winning against Aronian and Oparin 2 consecutive games. He was, he was completely lost against Oparin, in the previous game, right? And he would have been completely out, I believe, if he would have lost. But this is what it takes. Give Nakamura one single chance, and he's very good at taking chances. And now, let's see what happens tomorrow. Right? That's obviously a huge discussion, but we still have one game in progress. Let's not forget. Tabatabai and Yu Yangyi are still playing. And you know what? If he lets it slip, I mean Yu Yangyi, if he lets it slip, the D pool will have, once again, everybody on 50%. Believe it or not.
Yes.
But wait a second.
Really? Wait.
So this is what he blundered. That's incredible.
So he blundered the check,
No, not the check. I mean, check is understandable. No, he blundered knight e6, and this is a perpetual. And I think this is it. Yeah, just knight e6. You have to take, and it's a straight up perpetual. Queen e7 and queen e8, and you're not running away. Yes, and that's the difference between queen e4 and h2. That's a difference. Obviously, I haven't spotted it, but just I felt like queen e4 you need for some reason, right? And that's the reason, because with queen on e4 there is no such thing as check from h4 at all. And after a8 queen, believe it or not, but computer says it was still winning to give a check on b2 and only then capture the queen, because apparently the king was still kind of running away. But that's, you know, that's a little bit hard to wrap your head around. So check. Okay, that line is suggested. Look, king g4, king whatever goes somewhere, goes here, and
so
eventually,
this
the funny thing is it hides on h1, and computer says it's winning. Which I don't know.
Because of the bishop.
I don't know if it is, but very likely.
Maybe you find some check exchanging the queen and promoting.
Yeah, very likely it's winning. But that's a huge miss. And after queen h4, white can't actually go wrong, because it's always, it's always check, check, check. This setup, it automatically makes a draw, saving me from the second dub, by the way. this 96 trick.
Okay, at least we still have one in the bag. I think I spoke too soon.
Yeah, but
I think I spoke way too soon.
And once again, we could argue that the results are symmetrical in each pool, because we have 2 wins for white in pool A, 2 wins for black in pool C, and we will have 2 draws in between, like pool B 2 draws and pool D 2 draws.
Yeah.
Yeah, now everything's done. It's too late to think. I mean, unless he's planning to lose on time, which he's not.
Another choice.
Which he's not. But knight e6. Yeah, and the pain after knight e6 that you can't actually run anywhere. Look, I mean, you can't run anywhere, so you're forced to take the knight. You're absolutely forced to. King g8, queen d8, and it doesn't change anything. Queen d8, queen h4, an immediate perpetual.
Amazing find by Amin. Absolutely amazing. But I don't think it's 4 out of 4 for America, but rather 4.5 out of 5 for the American players today.
Dominguez made the draw and then wins for Nakamura, Aronian, Wesley So, and Sam Shankland. 4.5 out of 5. Yeah, incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a perpetual. You give checks from e7, e8, and h4, and there's nothing black can do. It's absolutely nothing black can do. Well, what a game, I have to say. What a game. I mean, what an escape by Tabatabai. Yes, he got lucky. Yes, black was completely winning, but at the end of the day, finding this 96 trick and still believing in himself, because there was quite a few moments in this game when one could, throw the white flag and resign. But well played.
True. He kept on fighting. He found every resource possible, and they just agreed on a draw, which concludes day 5.
Yeah, it concludes day 5. It keeps the D pool with everyone even going to the last round. And
last round is do or die.
And then for all the other pools, we have 2 leaders in each pool on +1. So it's Naka and Aronian in A, right? It's Mamedyarov and Dominguez in B. It's Wesley So and Shankland in C. So that's about it.
So they're calling Amin Houdini.
Houdini. Escaping for his escape trick, right?
Escape artist.
Escape trick. So what happens tomorrow? Tomorrow is the last round, and it starts the same time, right? And what else? And if there will be ties after tomorrow's day, then obviously any tie-break scores taken into account. They will play it out the day after tomorrow. All right. So I don't know if we will have the interview live. I have no information on that.
Do you think we can escape before the interviews begin?
Quite possibly not, right? Quite possibly not. I mean, nobody's updating me on what's the plan for today, and I'm guessing, today was today was kind of good enough on technical fails, I believe. I mean, me joining half an hour later and so on. So I think, let's say bye-bye, Jesse. The situation is more or less, I mean, we've more or less described the situation. We'll talk tomorrow about the situation before the last round. So join us tomorrow. Enjoy the interview and see you guys.
Bye.
Describe this game in a couple of words, or one sentence. What would you say?
Miracle is the word, I think. I'm just incredibly relieved. I mean, after I blundered this rook c4, then I think black is just winning. And in like last 20 minutes, I almost had zero hope because he was also playing incredibly precisely. And of course, I have some small chances with the pawn on a6, but I mean, black is obviously completely winning because his lightest square bishop is always protecting a8, so more or less I have no chance. And what just happened was crazy. I mean, usually it never happens, but I was just incredibly lucky, and I'm so happy for this.
Yeah, what happened? I mean, at the end, first of all, and then we come to the opening.
Yeah, maybe opening. Yeah, I feel my position may be difficult, but maybe my opponent bishop c6, maybe mistake, maybe f3. I think.
Knight takes d4, and then it takes, and bishop takes b5, take everything, and then knight g5, knight e6. Then that's what I didn't like.
Yes, and then actually you open the e file and rook comes to e1.
Yeah,
yes.
no, but the thing is it the best move? Should I play it?
According to computer, probably f3.
Evaluation?
Better for you?
Wow. No, because I thought, but I saw the idea of king e2. Okay, my first intention was to go king f1, but then I saw king e2 and I sort of carried away with seeing the idea of king f3. I was too excited to play, and I was analyzing his candidate's moves, and somehow I forgot to analyze the main line. And after king e2, I saw knight e6, but after f3, take on d4, and then take on b5, probably I should go king d1, I guess.
King e3.
Or king e3, or even so king e3, yes. But then knight g5, knight goes to e6, and then queen goes back to d7.
Yes, somehow computer believes it's better for you, this position with rook on e1. So this is what you thought? Yes, this line, f3, and then knight d4.
Yes, but in endgame, I play rook c4. I feel my position is good. Yeah, maybe my opponent play a6. This moment, maybe I think maybe my play queen h1 is mistake. Maybe queen g2 is better. First queen g2, no.
Okay, all the moves are winning. I think that position. Yeah, doesn't really matter.
Okay. Maybe, yeah. But the last position, yeah, I forgot the queen g4. Yeah, okay.
So that was a miracle escape. Thank you very much for your comments. I mean, and what about tomorrow? How do you feel about the situation now?
Okay.
The same.
Almost the same chances. Okay, probably Evgenij and Anish has more chances because they're white tomorrow. But I mean, we'll see. Nothing is clear.
That's why we love chess. Thank you very much for your comments. Bye bye. Hikaru, congratulations on your victory. Was it a really hard, difficult game from your side? How did it feel?
Yeah, I mean, somehow I got very optimistic in the middle game. I thought I should be much better, and then, yeah, I don't know what happened. It got this really complicated. I have this queen takes h4, queen h1, and then I wasn't even sure if I was better or not. I thought Grigori got too optimistic with rook f6. I mean, this objectively, I think, is a blunder. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I thought that if he played like rook c7, queen h4, I mean, we just reached some endgame. It should be a draw, but still very exciting. And then, I mean, obviously, the endgame was better, and Grigori traded queens with his g5 idea, which, I mean, either it's great or it's an easy draw or it's completely lost, one or the other. And I mean, I think it turns out to be winning. So yeah, it's obviously nice.
What are your comments on this game?
Yeah, I got a good position out of the opening, but then I started spending way too much time, I think, and that backfired after, after there have started some complications over the board. I just couldn't figure it out the best way and started blundering. Yeah, and then somehow I found this trick with Queen G1, which kept me in the game. The end game was obviously worse for me, but yeah, I felt like at some point it should be holdable, but I guess, yeah, going for this G5 after the time control was just a final mistake. Just, I guess I cannot save this endgame after.
It's hard still, of course, to analyze it deeply, but computer suggested instead of king f6, bishop c8. Maybe with the idea to later...
Yeah, bishop c8, king f2, and
then king h5, something like this, to go with the king there. Just keep the bishop on c8.
I don't understand what the idea is, because are you playing g4? Yeah, I mean, are you going g4? Are you... Oh, maybe the idea is to go g4, bishop f3, king f5, something like this. So so you don't go to f5, because then I have king f3. Okay, this is something, I mean, this is too much for humans.
But yeah, I mean, okay, when you cannot calculate, it's tough to play. Yeah, I mean, okay, like apparently not better. I thought I shouldn't be like much worse, and yeah, Vincent was in time trouble, and again, I thought why not? Yeah.
It affected your play still. Huh? It affected your play.
Yeah, of course it did. I mean, it was a bit of a contradiction. Yeah, like I can force a draw, and I'm pretty sure I'm not better, and I don't want to play at all. But then, I mean, again, like at home you don't want to play, but then you come there, and the guy is down to 3 minutes, and I mean, it's. You think, okay, we play three moves, he'll probably blunder, yeah, let's try to play, and then I'll probably repeat. Then if we play 2 moves, I cannot repeat moves anymore, I have to play. I mean, it's just very, very tricky game somehow, yeah.
Yeah, it felt like this also from outside. Okay, thank you for this nice game, and we had a lot of fun in any case, and all the best in the last round. Thank you.